All right, I'm just going to wait a few minutes to make sure that I have participants. I promise I won't wait 12 minutes this time. All right, tonight we are going to talk about the Voynich Manuscript, the cipher and the compendium. It is my body of work that explains the majority of how to decipher the Voynich Manuscript. If you are unaware, the Voynich Manuscript is an early 15th century herbal. It's an Astro-Botanical herbal, which means it involves not only plant specimens, but also stars as well, specifically constellations. This manuscript was written in the early 1400s, early 15th century, and it is written in an unknown, or was before written in an unknown script. I have since been able to decipher it and translate it starting in 2024. I have come out with 3 related papers, which we're going to go over for the first time tonight. All right, you'll have to forgive my informal naming of my files here. Um, okay, so this is Yale University's digital collection of the Voynich manuscript. Here you have the folio names or numbers, recto and verso, which is just a fancy way of saying the left and right side of the page. This will make it easier to go over everything. Otherwise, it would just take too long. Look how quickly I can go through, which is very convenient. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go through the basics. The cipher here is not a classical cipher um, in the sense that you're using math or mathematical calculation or anything like that. It is simply a linguistic uh, structure, paleographic. That's all it is. With a little bit of customization, but for the most part, that's all it is. It's not a classical cipher in that sense. So here we have Folio 1R, which is the opening page that summarizes what to expect in the book. Of course, right? All books have the introductory page at the beginning. Excuse me. So here we have the first time we get to see the name of the book, the 2 different sections, the major sections of the manuscript. Right here we have Codex Constellarium Aster. This little C symbol with the backwards hook or flourish is Codex. Here we have the 9 for con. Here we have a dual glyph, which can be either F or ST. Here it is ST. Really, I should call them triple glyphs because the loop also indicates missing letters. So this is con, ST, and of course the loop represents missing letters as well, and then A, and then rum. So constellarium, and then aster, A with rum, or a backwards flourish. This is a cross descender, but they're both R's. And this is the section for the name of the herbal right here. So all of the plants. So this is curatorium. There's another word, very similar, of course, in script, um, but there is one extra small brush stroke, and it's not curatorium, it's curatiorum. So every little nuance, every little difference makes a big difference, and it's intentional. Every single thing he does is intentional. I mean, think about how expensive it would be to find paper and inks and all of these things, especially if you were traveling. So you had to use what you had very carefully. And so a lot of times these vellum papers, uh, folios would be washed with water to be reused again. So yes, every the action he does in the manuscript has a purpose. Okay, so I don't know who is a new viewer in here. If you have any questions, feel free to hop on chat and ask me. I'll do my best to answer them. But I've translated Folio 1R in its entirety, and I will be going over that in just a minute. I'm not going to be going into great detail on the authorship and all of those things. I'll be brief about it because it's going to take a long time to go through all of the major stuff. So the from the evidence I have been able to acquire, I strongly believe that the author of the Voynich Manuscript is Clemens Specker of Königsfeld Abbey in Windisch, Switzerland. He would have been born around 1398 to 1405. Uh, Königsfeld Abbey has strong ties to the Habsburgs simply because it is the original seat of the Habsburg dynasty in Switzerland. It's not Austria, it's not Germany, it's Switzerland. And there is the castle right across the way. Both were commissioned by Elizabeth when her husband, um, Albert II, died in battle. And the issue of the battle was over his cousin's inheritance. And is either cousin or his nephew. I think it might have been his nephew. He wasn't too happy about it, so that's how that ensued, unfortunately. So in his honor, she erected Königsfeld Abbey in Windisch, Switzerland, and then also the castle there. I actually mentioned that briefly. Yes, it is a mini. It's a Himalayan mini sunflower. Yes, I make a small little comment about how there might be multiple scribes just because of the pressure. Um, in some places, the lettering seems a little bit tighter and more clean across the page, whereas other pages seem to kind of have an arc to them. Um, so yes, there might be. In fact, I believe that Clemens Specker may have had someone else with him. There is a gentleman by the name of Heinricus Bacharach, who is literally up the river from him, because Clemens Specker is originally from Sulgen in Thurgau, canton of Switzerland, which is right on the river and then right near Lake Constance. And so Bacharach in Germany is literally you can just take a boat up the river, and there you are. So it wouldn't be out of the question uh, that that was possible. They could have both gone together. And yes, Jerry, definitely Himalayan mini sunflower. So I've actually identified all of the plants. I mean, this gets really, really detailed. Y'all are going to really enjoy the material. And it's consistent. There's consistency in the decipherment and the decoding. And it's actually, once you realize the method that he's employing, it's fairly easy to understand. Thank you, Saul. I appreciate it. Um, I apologize for any background noise. I am trying to kennel train my puppy. I don't know if you can hear it. I hope not. Um, okay, so you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so here, let's go to. Okay, so if anybody's wondering, yes, this is a pangolin, not a crocodile. I originally had crocodile, but if you go, this is my whole entire book, but if you go to my other paper in the book, I actually clarify and do say that it is a pangolin, not a crocodile. The gharial crocodile's on another page. Okay, so the most difficult part is context. Deciphering the Voynich manuscript has been extremely difficult because you need context. You also need an understanding of, um, why he does it the way he does, and that is based on where he was living at the time it was written. And that's how he got the idea, is from where he was living and who he was learning from. Okay, so here we have Clemens Becker and possibly Enriquez de Bacharach being the author of the Voynich manuscript. I strongly believe it's more closely related to Clemens Becker than I do Enriquez. But if you look up Enriquez de Bacharach, you can see his manuscript, the one manuscript associated with him, and it's pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised if he assisted or if he is the author. But there is a strong association geographically. He's also a contemporary. He's con I can't talk today. He's contemporary to Clemens Becker as well. But you're more than welcome to read all of that uh, in this book, the Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher, and the Compendium. You can get it on Ingram Spark or Amazon. There's two different versions. My first edition uh, is a completely different cover, so I don't want you to get confused. This is the Dalai Lama edition, and it's the most up to date. And this is the one we're reviewing right now. Now, I have two other papers, excuse me, three other papers um, that we'll be reviewing in just a minute that are not included. So this is the first time I'll be reviewing those papers. Okay, let's see here. Wait a minute. I think I might have uh, forgotten one. Okay, give me 1 second and I'll pull the other one up. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. I can still see the chat, so if you need to ask questions. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, I have everything pulled up, so I can go back. Okay, so let's head back to the main body of work, which is here. I'm going to read the Folio 1R Latin and then the translation. So it's context heavy, constrained. You have a constrained set of words you have to use. It's not terrible. It's just it takes a little bit of time. But I'm 100% confident in what I've translated. Absolutely, without a doubt. You'll see what I mean in just a minute. Okay, let's see. Can everybody hear me okay? I want to make sure there's not too much background noise going on. Okay, so here's Folio 1R again, and this is the Latin. So here we have Sola cuius codex constellarium aster, constructa I mane, recti oras electo esse cum flores, curatiorem sed, enim oras erb aster. Oras folios annuus, cui laboro amene curae aster annuus electuari. Oh, perfect. Electuare sancti et cetera, altum terra flores ordinat, constituta amene curos electuari, cum electuare enim sede. Et cetera solum oletius hoc laboro eodem et enim, orum oleatus electuaris, Samen hoc stellarum ordinat ort a leader, enim annuus cum creati aster, electuarum celestia et celsia mene cum sedera advertis. And the English is solely through the Codex Constellarium. Say Aster, I haven't corrected it yet. Codex Constellarium Aster, the curatorium constructed at dawn. Let the correct hours be chosen. Indeed, those of the flowering curatorium, also the hours of the herbal. The calendar page's hours are also those which work to heal. Moreover, the electuaries and the rest, also the arranged earthly flowers, are determined from a greater electuary healing, since the electuary is indeed from the morning star. Excuse me. I have Venus here, but now I'm uncertain of that. The more I translate, I think it just means the sun. Furthermore, only the olive tree, and because these electuary seeds arise in the garden in the same manner, yet with greater healing, the electuary is heavenly and very potent when you turn towards the stars. So here he's talking about two different major sections of the book: the Codex Constellarium Aster and the Curatorium. So now he's talking about how the time, right, the timing, the hours are important. His calendar pages, he uses the term folio anni or folio annuus. But for understanding's sake, I put calendar pages. So there is the literal choppy translation, and then there is the implied translation. So you have to go from that step. Right, passage, paragraph 2. Vera sedera erus rectorum celestios, actus sedera repti labori celestiorum curatio sedera, cum hoc, it should say curatios curatio, sed hoc folio creo cum oleae cuiorum creo lectuaris, omnes cuius sanitas, curatiore florae enim, samen curatiore celsiorum curati, that should say curati osis, the curative of the disease, curati osis. So he uses osis, O-S-I-S, even though it's in Latin, maybe in English still, it's uh, a suffix. However, in order to quote unquote cipher it, he uses it as a noun. So you have to remember, you have to keep falling back on the fact, what is the purpose of the cipher? It's to be uniform, right? He wants it to be very uniform to where when you glance at it, it looks like all the same crap, but excuse me, all the same mess. There is definitely a method to the madness. Where was I? Oh, Samen ordinaris laboro eodem sed. So it says, true, the stars are the rulers of the heavens. The movement of the stars guides the work of the cures of the stars, with this cure of cures. But I, with the oil of which I create the electuaries. Everyone whose health is cured by flowers is cured by the more potent seeds, but ordinary seeds work in the same way also. True health is the heavenly cause of these things. I'm going to go ahead and read the English. True health is the heavenly cause of these things, for the healing is completed by heavenly powers. The highest heavenly healing, the healing of the pages with oil of truth. Their birth year, or ani, is the healing of their health because of the herbal seeds. Healing with herbs, flowers, heavenly seeds. Here you have heavenly, which is pretty sure Celsi. So he uses different, here he uses, in the manuscript, he uses Celsi uh, to represent different forms of like loftiness, heavenly, the best, uh, dominant, like a dominant humor. The healing of the celestial electuaries is the cure of this health. Health is created. Correct. Yes. Health is created by the birth year. So he keeps using the word uh, created, creati, or you create, creas, or creo, I create. So it sounds silly, but the way he writes it is I create, you create the page, right? He's literally just telling you to do the steps on the page, is what he's implying when he says you create the page. You will do this, right? So all the steps that you're supposed to be doing are couched within that statement of you create, or or he creates, or I create. I went back through and realized why I put this. I put flowers and animals. It doesn't use the word animals, but it said creationem, or create, like all creation, right? So I included flowers and animals due to context, right? Of which flowers and animals I take care of, which is commanded by the Holy Son of God. In Christian belief, the Son of God uh, followers to do so, to take care of plants and animals, to be stewards. He says the healing pages are arranged. I create the seeds of healing. When you have created the work of creation, of whom the Son is also, meaning the Son of God, because in Christian belief, the Son of God is also the creator as well. He's not only created. So, given this context, this makes sense. Of whom the Son is also, the healing is of the healers. This should say, I haven't gone back. This is literally the first thing I've ever translated, is this page. This should not say of the healers. It should say the healing is from the curatorium. But they are sacred electuaries. The constitution of the electuary is the healing of the flower. There are heavenly cures with the stars of the year. Healthy herbs are because of the following electuary cure. So this is where you see the word sequi and secutum and all of that, or sequiorum. We have created are the labors of the Lord. So he uses laboro not only to represent I labor, I work. He also uses it as like a noun. So for the electuary is the highest healing of the Son of God, to whom it is ordained to create health from the herbs and oils from the seeds. Third Christian aspect that we can confirm. So now we know, okay, this makes sense. This last sentence there. It is the cure of cures. So it's like the ultimate cure, right? The healing page of which its labor I follow, and other curatives. It is with the following. This tripped me up because I was like, why does this sound so awful? And I realized it was a list. It is with the following. The wheel of stars, whose stars bring health. I also want to clarify here. He uses kui to also mean by which, through which. It's not in kuias, they flip flop. Um, it doesn't always mean by whose, for whose. However, by whose, for whom represents the patient. So when you're reading this and like by whose or for whom is in there and it sounds weird in the context of the sentence, it's supposed to represent the patient. So you can just put the word patient in there. Okay, so there are about, let's see, for 9TT9, and I'm going to go into this, like this is going to take about 3 to 4 hours to go through. But you're asking really good questions. I just haven't gotten there yet. But I'll give you an example. There is one of the most important abbreviations is 9TT9. Okay, typically that means, however, it can also mean constructus. It means both. So the context is it with the description of stars, or is it with the description of the plants? And that's what determines which one it is. Does that make sense? How many more is there? Sure, it's pretty good. I've never actually gone through and counted, but now that you ask me that, I'm gonna go do that just because. So I constructed the list, 9TT9, uh, um, through two main sources. Okay, uh, and it it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I realized that he wasn't using macrons, which are the lines above letters to represent missing words. He didn't do that. He's using the Swiss German convention of just using the loop and the backwards flourish to do that. So the two sources I used were Capelli's Lexicon of Rubiturarum and Martin's The Record Interpreter. Yes, yes, absolutely. We're definitely ahead on that. Okay, where was I? The stars. Okay, so back to the use of whose, it can also be which. The Wheel of Stars, whose stars bring health. Here it should be which healing electuary, right? We're having to choose which one, right? The stars of healing, the stars of flowers, the stars of curatives, the electuary creation of or from the flowers of the stars. Healing comes at dawn from this flower's seed, the lofty star, the seed of the electuaries. The stars of the electuaries with which whose garden seeds this page creates in the roundel of stars, whose flowers follow the highest sequence in curative flowers, and the electuary have made it. You will have made the highest for the labor of healing, which this implies the four humors, which page, which labors, and which table to follow. Excuse me. Does anybody have any questions for me for Folio 1R? Excuse me. Okay, I'll continue. Here we have one of the reasons for the manuscript being ciphered in the first place. And I was able to deduce this because of Clemens Specker, where he lived at the time, and also an interesting little marginal imagery in the Voynich Manuscript. Um, so at the time, it was just before the Great Reformation, okay, between Protestants and Catholics in the region. Um, and during this time, there was a Christian version of the cult of the Mire Blight, which is basically the holy anointing oil, which would be seen on, statues of saints, right? And those saints were, almost always male. Um, so the cult of the Mire Blight was this idea that the female was also divine. And that was something that was not looked too kindly on by leadership, um, because it was male dominated, male centered. Um, and so there was an active um, campaign to kind of bring the cult of the Myra Blight back into the fold of male centered leadership. And so I think he already had this knowledge of this experience, right? Of this understanding of how dangerous what he's about to discuss, especially it's considered pagan, and I'll get into that later. Uh, so there's that reason, okay? And he was familiar with female leadership. It wasn't out of the question to have female leadership. For example, the abbey was led by a woman, by what they call a princess abbess, who was often from royal family. And the current princess abbess would uh, govern everything there. And this was a double monastery, so double cloister. So it was nuns there too, on one side, on one wing, and then the monks on the other. So he was already comfortable with the idea of female leadership. And obviously, from what we've read, what we're going to read, that he, in the scope of the Voynich manuscript, he preferred it. So here we have the basis for the green liquid, which is olive oil. Here we have olives being pressed by what the Voynich Manuscript references as sisters, soror. Okay, we can currently uh, infer that they mean nuns, right? And sisters, nuns, so far. But what the big question is, why are they disrobed? But we'll get into that as well. All right, so this is all olive oil vats. They're in there making the olive oil from pressing the olives. This is these lines here are it's the olive oil coming out in waves, and the seeds are down below, little dots. Anytime you see dots, that represents seeds. Okay, and all these scalloped edges like this represent the canopy of the heavens. Okay, here you can see a little tent post. So that's what this represents. Transmission from heaven downward. So basically stating that this is holy work, creation of the olive oil, which of course is the holy anointing oil of Jesus. Here's another oil vat with blue windows. Excuse me. Here we have some crazy drawings on this side. Oh, I just love it, just love it. But while I was trying to figure this out, I did not love it. It upset me so much because I was like, oh my gosh. Every day I would work on this, and it got to the point where I got upset, and I was like, why? Why are you saying this? Why are you drawing it this way? It doesn't make sense. So, all right. So here we have um, a misplaced figure, but that's completely okay. I need to edit this. Here we have the olive tree. Okay, this is the only instance, literally only instance in which I could find the olive tree with both red and green uh, leaves. But this is the olive tree. And here we have the olive tree. This is the seed, right? You've got the three white petals. Here you have three white petals there. And of course, if you buy the book, the hardback, you'll be able to see this. It's much larger on the page. Okay, this is the formulation of my theory, the visual shift context theory. Okay, another good example to answer your question is the use of ort or ortus or ortas. It's all the same symbol set, and it represents garden, east, sunrise, rising. It also represents birth when it's paired with um, ani. Ort ani means birth date. I use the term gestalt perspective because you're using two different symbol sets and you flatten it to create a B. So this is also a B, but also not. So the layering, okay, the semantic layering is interesting. Okay, so here's a B, but at the same time here's a lectuorum, right? E, L with cross descender, double loop here. Okay, that also means an L with a cross descender. So then you have E L E E C, and then this also represents missing letters. So you automatically assume there's missing letters. So you elect two, and then you have aurum. O with the R with the cross descender, ascender, excuse me. Here again we have electuaris, okay? E-L-L, but it's also crossed, so that means there's a missing vowel. And then you have the loop, so it's got multiple uses, right? The loop historically means missing letters. But he's absorbing all these different meanings, right, by connecting here and connecting here. So not only is this an L and L, but it can be a T with missing vowels on either side. So it's a bit frustrating. And also the CCs, they can be T's, they can be E's, they can be R's, they can be I's. 9 is easy, okay? 9 at the beginning, it means kum, sen, con. That's it. There's only one instance in which I've seen it be used as a G, and that was for Sagittarius, for the abbreviation for Sagittarius. Only because he absolutely had to in the diagram. So 9 on the end represents a vowel with the letter S attached to it as a suffix. And so here we have a prime example of one of the most famous phrases in all of the book is contritus samen. This is the only time so far that I've seen a German word in here. So we have contritus samen, and yes, we can confirm 9TT9, contritus. It is Latin. This is in Ad Fontes, which is a beautifully digitized version of Capelli's Lexicon Abbreviaturarum. Okay, so here we are talking about the glyph for F. Again, it is also the same glyph for ST. ST. So here's the long S, and here's the T. Again, the loop means missing letters at the same time. We can kind of see this going on as a base, because this also represents both folio and filios. Folio and filios when it's by itself. I accidentally put the wrong picture. This is folio ostendent. That should not be there. I've got the wrong one up. And it should be floss, which should be an F here with a 9 for flowers. So I will definitely need to make a few minor changes. I keep forgetting to go back and do it, but y'all get the idea. Okay, so here we have rum, okay? And it also means qua at the same time, right? You won't know what it is until context. But then again, if you memorize the words I put up, you don't really need context, except for spacing. That's why you need the context, because he smashes letters together on purpose when they shouldn't be together. So in between words, he'll remove the space on purpose. It makes it so, it does, that's what makes it the most difficult, I think, to render the sentence. Okay, so here we have quatuor, 4. We got lucky and I had an exact match. Qua, right there, O, and then R. Qua, O, R. Quatuor. Okay. And this was on the last, not the extraneous passage, not the Rosetta key, but the one before that, where it's the actual abbreviations. Here we have said, okay? This appears so much. Um, excuse me. It's it's written as S9. That's a corruption. It's supposed to be S7, but Capelli does make note of this. Okay, the original is set. Okay, but over time it became from S7 to S9. Here we have est, again, Capelli's lexicon. Um, and this is when it started to make sense as far as the loops, the extra loops and things like that. He's absorbing the E here into the bottom tail. He creates a little tail and he just shifts it over so that you can see the S and T horizontally, like perfectly horizontal rather than sideways. So here you have the E and then the S going back that way and then the T. S. This is soul cell, same method here. This is where we get into crossed ascenders, okay? I named it crossed ascender L, but it's also a crossed ascender T. It's both of these, just like in the word electuaris. And this is what it represents. The vowel can be on either side of the L or T. Um, I didn't put O, I meant to put O, but that's, I should have put OL in there and LO. Okay. This is where it gets pretty cool. Really, the whole thing's cool. What am I talking about? Okay, so this is the Terranian notes. Okay, this is strictly, for the most part, on the Folio nonus, or the Folio of the nones. Okay, it's also called the Kala Chakra Wheel of Time. I was able to figure out just by reading the Tyronian Notes manuscript how the meaning is established through the direction of the lines and the dots and all of that. Okay. Here we have a 9, that means IS, Preus, okay, lead to go forward, Liber, Tempus, Potens, Ad hoc Abhitis. This is Septus, the 7, I just put the 7 for ease. Talus, Cale. This is the most like important step in the process right here. There's a ton of historical firsts. I didn't even go back and list them all, but this is now the first time that the word curatorium is used in any work, okay, by hundreds of years, because the prior to this, the first documented time was in 1801, okay, in a German article in the Times of London. So you can see the pattern here. There's a lot of association with German in different ways. So it's further confirming a German origin. Well, in here, it's Swiss German origin. Here in figure 33 and 34, this is on the page of star anise. Um, of course, this made it easy because it's right next to the plant, so you can kind of figure what it's going to be about. Here we have an O. Okay, this is an L. This is just the loop. Here it's only a loop to represent missing letters. That is all in this instance. So it is olei. And then this is a separate word right here, A-N, and that's I-S, ris. Well, if it's an R by itself. Let's, like this, it would be ris. But because it's an N, it's a nis, anise. This is sideris. And I'll explain why there's an A there instead in a little bit. You'll be like, wait a minute. So he uses the word sidera elsewhere and just places the A in the front. Sideris. It will make sense, I promise. Here we have the next word. Okay, and this is Aquarius. This is a ris, R with a swoosh. Aquarius. And Aquarius was traditionally associated with star anise. Um, Star anise is actually from the Far East. So now the big question is like, where are we going with this? If the star anise is from the Far East and it wasn't introduced until much later, then what is going on here? We know that this is an early 15th century manuscript, but star anise didn't exist in Europe at that time. At least it was just on the edges of, due to war, but I think it was introduced by the Turks at some point along that time frame. But it still hadn't gone through Central Europe at that point. Anyway, okay, I digress. Okay, so here we have the curatorium. These are all of the plant identifications. And I'll go through every single one, and you're more than welcome, you guys, to ask me questions. You don't have to apologize. Please interrupt. I love questions. It also gives me a little bit of time to rest my voice. Excuse me. All right, so here we have Folio 1 verso, and this is Boletus, or the olive tree. Folio 2 recto, Centaurea orientalis, or knapweed. This is Nelumbo nucifera, lotus, and you can see here the lotus roots. Everybody, when they first look at this, oh, lily pad, lily pad. So that's a dead ringer, right? Here we have a whole nother plant. Like I have a whole nother series of works related to this plant. Um, Unfortunately, this plant gets just bad flack currently because it's listed as a Schedule 1 through something narcotic, but it's used recreationally. It's banned in a lot of countries. But this is Khat or Katha edulis. It is its native habitat is the Horn of Africa and Ethiopia. But I have a lot of research into the plant and stumbled upon something extremely interesting, and that is the original Haoma and Soma plant of Zoroastrianism and Vedic religion. So this book is available on Amazon for you to read. It's an ebook format only, and it's currently available to read for free on KD. But unfortunately, it's used recreationally, so much so that uh, it's banned in a lot of places. But its proper place is ritual medicine only. It's not meant to be used like it is. And unfortunately, there's a lot of health problems from it because of that. but it was never meant to be used ritually. Also, another offshoot of this research, I was able to determine uh, the original location of the Garden of Eden through textual analysis. And it's pretty wild, pretty interesting. And the original homeland of Vedic culture, Zoroastrianism. So there's a lot going on with this plant, for certain. Um, this is the Pleione orchid. It's actually closed. So we've got two different colors here. The inside uh, tube of the flower is white. These are outside petals that are closed. And I'll show. So here's the Pleione orchid. It's really pretty, but you can see little bumpy edges, right? And this is when it's open. When it's closed, these parts are up against here. This is Selene vulgaris. It's bladder campion. And a lot of these plants are alpine, so they grow in the Himalayas. Nigella sativa, black cumin. Simple as that, black cumin. Picture. Oops. No, I don't want to ask Copilot. How do we fix that? No, 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 no. Hmm. And there we have Nigella sativa. These spiky seed pods, and it comes out the top, but it's also along the other areas. So let me show you. Well, you get the gist of it. Here's the, and then here you have it. Now I will say, oops, let's go over to here because I want to get a close up of the beginning of his method that you begin to see it. Here we have dots. 1, 3, 4. These represent seeds. He's indicating that these are seed pods. Okay, there's a few there. But these are seed pods. There. This. Let me know if y'all have a hard time hearing me. I keep having one earbud keep disconnecting and reconnecting. I just want to make sure that there's no problem with the audio. Okay, so here we have mango tree, Mangifera indica. I used to live in Panama, so I looked at this and I was like, this looks strangely familiar. And it's because it's a mango tree. There is one picture of the um, where it shows the green little thingies. What do you call them? What do you call them? Tentacles. There we go. That grow out before the flower starts emerging. And again, he's drawing the seed here. This is the seed. This is Mentha spicata or spearmint. This is Himalayan balsam. This is when I really started realizing, oh, really is Himalayan. This is all the Far East for the most part. You can actually see how he travels across the globe from the plant identifications. So this is Himalayan balsam. Here's another method to like the taxonomy of the plants. This represents the pliability of the leaf. The undulating part like this, it's considered pointy, right? So that means it's serrated margins. Here you have white veining. This is literally what he saw, the white veining of the Himalayan balsam. Here he's indicating that it's also the flower, right? And I will show you a picture of Himalayan balsam. These are the flowers. However, the seed pods is what we're looking for. And here we have the Himalayan balsam seed pods. And you can see they have the red tips here. And there are other pictures where you can see here you can see the white veining in this picture. Right here. And there you see the serratedness, right? The leaf is pliable. Here we have Echinops retro or globe thistle. Folio 7 recto is Cordyline fruticosa, another favorite of mine, a Thai plant, also called good luck plant. At first I thought it was Dracaena, but it's not. There is no broadleaf variant of Dracaena, so then I found Cordyline, and there's a lot of broadleaf variants of this. What made me stumble was, this looks like a giant flower, but it's just an aerial view. So here you one set of leaves, then the next set of leaves, then the bottom set of leaves. And with fruticosa, there are different variations, a lot, with the color. But a main one is where there's green on the bottom, and then the crown has these colors, red and white. Let me show you. It's pretty neat. And the roots do match. They have pattern because you don't want to forget the roots. Okay, here we have Cordyline fruticosa. Typically, it's always darker green on the bottom and the color is at the top. Here's a good example right here. Not a bad one here. There are much better ones that match. You kind of have to look. I mean, here you have some that are just all red. So, excuse me. Here you begin to see it right here. Here's one there. So this is Cordyline fruticosa. Folio 7 verso is Gaultheria trichophylla, or wintergreen shrub. This is Hedera nepalensis, but it could also be at the same time Tinospora. I think it's a conflation of the two, not out of error or misunderstanding, but that they both can be used for the same thing. I used to think that conflation in medieval manuscripts of plants was misidentification. I don't believe that anymore. I now believe that it's intentional. It's indicating that both can be used. Here we have another favorite of mine, Ethiopian Kleinia abyssinica, also called mourning widow. Here you can see the bluish sepals, or really they're really blue, but this green here is actually much more than what he typically uses. And these flowers are not opened all the way. So we need to keep that in mind when we're looking at mourning widow. I don't know why I selected that. Of course I would get a mourning widow. All right, Latin name first. Okay, so here is Kleinia abyssinica, and this is the best image to look at. Here it's closed, right here. And this is from Ethiopia. There's a bluish hue to it. See, it's got a bluish tint. Here is Rheum palpitum, or Chinese rhubarb. So the text, no, it does not name them. So it does not name them directly, no. That's not the purpose. The practitioner is already expected to know what the plant is. If that makes sense. And yes, it tells you how to use it. It tells you the humor that it's associated with. Um, so I'll get into all those details later, because it is in depth. Um, I'll go through all the folio uh, sections and their names. I will go through the process as well, right, on the uh, plant identifications. There are a lot, so I want to be able to go through them pretty quickly. Okay, so here we have um, folio, folio 9 verso, and this is viola bicolor. So you have to remember, he was there for a long time. So he had already learned all of this. And so he is just drawing them down. You can look for them and see them right away, what they're for, or what they are by his depictions. And if he's sitting there teaching them this, then it's not really necessary to name the plant in the um in the manuscript because they would already know it. Does that make sense? You're more than welcome to ask me clarifying questions, just in case I'm not being clear enough. I'm more than happy to word it a different way. Excuse me. Okay, so this is just pansy, um, violet, viola. They're all related. Um, so they're all related. I'm sure you've seen this a million times in people's gardens and driving, in front of businesses. They'll have them out. This is a conflation of two different species, but I've settled on Ipomia. Okay, I am back. I apologize for that. Okay, so here we have Ipomia. And this is Lagerstromia speciosa, or Emperor's Crepe Myrtle, and it's locally called Banaba. Folio 11 recto is one of my favorites, probably if not my absolute favorite. um, it's a Gesneriad petrocosmia, specifically rotunda flora, and this is from eastern Himalayas, eastern Tibet, southern Chinese province of Yunnan. Here you can see another way he does a taxonomy, like he's showing the growth pattern, right? That they clump together. So that's why he connects these. He's showing that they kind of grow in colonies. These are the flowers first emerging between the leaves. And I'm going to show you a picture of Petrocosmia rotundiflora. And here it is. But there are a lot of species, and they're very round. Some of them more round than others. They're a part of the Gesneriad family. And if you take a look at the root here, see how it's scaly? You see the same thing. If you look up Gesneriad. Rhizomes. And right here are the scaly rhizomes. See, Gesneriad. So, Gesneriad. So it's a perfect match for the entirety of this plant. Here we have a purple rhododendron. They are common in Sikkim, India. Yes, it's a teaching manual. It is. Because it uses the terms kreas, you create, you will have made it, right? He was already familiar with this, so there would be really no point in writing it down unless he's trying to teach someone. Yes, absolutely. In some way, because he, in the text itself, he says, "You create. You will do this." So he uses the term "faceres" and "facere" and "kreas." I feel like it's pointless to waste the ink and the paper to use those terms if it's not meant to be instructional to someone else. Here we have Liquala peltata, variety Sumawangai, fan palm. Another favorite of mine is Ceropegia. This is another fantastic match. Okay, let's see here. Make note of the roots down here too. Also note the notches. So. Okay, so here we have Ceropegia, all different types. It's called the lantern or parachute flower. Let's see if I can move this over. There we go. Here's another. Is that the same one? Oh, same species, but there was another Ceropegia species recently found in Yunnan. So Yunnan, China. So still lots of discovery to be made. Here's another one. They all have this characteristic umbel, where there's a space. It's like they fuse at the top, but some of them are open. There's another species where it actually is open. They are not touching up here, so it does reflect what you're seeing in the manuscript. See where these ones are not touching. Okay, let's find the Ceropegia roots because that's important in confirming it entirely. And here you go, right here. The same small round feature with the little roots. You got the same thing going on over here. Round with the roots and specifically on the bottom edge. This is Stachys affinis, or Chinese artichoke. Here you see the roots. Not sure if anybody knows what this looks like, but it just looks kind of, the roots look very strange. You can buy it as in the store. There's Stachys affinis. And there's the root. Got this bulbous undulant look to it. And same there. Oop. Same here. Even has the little things on the end. See? Right there. Little things on the end. Alright, let's go on the next one. This is Leia macrophylla, large-leaved Leia. Here you can see the same roundness. I wish I could find this one picture. Let's see. This will work good. This will be sufficient. Here. This is in its seeding phase. So whenever you see it like this is like a seeding phase. That's why he draws the lines like this. They're not meant to be eyeballs or faces or anything. It's just to represent seeds. This is fig. As weird as it looks, this is exactly how a Leopold Lauber scribe would draw a fig tree. Here are the figs on the end. This is another fig, and it's extremely important. This is the Bodhi tree, Ficus religiosa. It is the tree that the Buddha attained enlightenment under. And yes, Saul, it's considered heretical because of where it comes from and the fact that it's based on Tibetan Buddhism. Here we have, and everyone should know what this is, Cannabis sativa landrace from Nepal. This is Ricinus communis sanguinis, or red castor bean. These are the female flowers exposed. So on the stalk of red castor bean, or just castor bean in general, you have both the female and male flowers on one stalk. So this is an aerial view of that. The female flowers are always fuzzy, so that's why you see that like that. Also, here is a ordinal pagination number. It is not a 29. This is secundus, second, or second. So you do have two different pagination systems in the Voynich Manuscript. One covers the physical page, as in, how many are counted, and then the other down here is the order, the ordinal, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on. Uh, 17 recto is
Hemidesmus indicus, or Indian sarsaparilla. This is a small little translation I did. There's a phrase at the top, and this is what I could gather from it. It says, to bind sweetly, to unite, to illuminate. This is life filled with divine powers. Now, originally, electuaries would use honey, right? Not oil. So that's the reference here, to bind sweetly. But he's using oil in his electuaries. Now, it's not to say that he's not using honey as well, but there's no mention of honey yet. This is Smilax glabra, or sarsaparilla. Osteospermum fruticosa. This is another favorite of mine, Darmera peltata, or umbrella plant. Excuse me. Alright, so here you can see the lobes. Very obvious lobes all the way around. You can confirm that here. I'm trying to get a close-up of the flower. So, because it was expensive to have paper and inks and all of that, you didn't want to waste a lot of it, right? So he wasn't always going to draw all of the flowers all of the time. He did just enough so he could recognize the plant. But when you zoom in here, you can see the same stamens and stuff and on the inside, right? But what is the best identification are the roots themselves. Might have needed to put rhizome. Hold on a minute. Yep, and here we go. Here are the rhizomes. So you can see they're very strange looking. But on the edges here, you'll start to see these. They'll grow up little sprouts on the edges. And that's what you're seeing here. This is Azadirakta, or neem, Indian lilac. This is Lychee chinensis, Chinese lychee with female flowers. This is Phyllanthus, or gooseberry, Indian gooseberry. And this is a tree. You can see a little trunk right there. This is Centaurea diffusa, or diffuse knapweed from Nepal. This is Euphorbia hirta, or asthma plant. This is Aucuba japonica. This one tripped me up because I obviously knew he was trying to indicate that this plant was variegated, but I thought it was odd that he was just striping it. And then I thought, well, he's probably just doing it because it's the quickest way to do it. So this is Aucuba japonica, or spotted laurel. And if you look at the roots of japonica, Aucuba, they do match. So these weird things down here. This is an extremely important plant in Tibetan sour rigpa. It's Terminalia. It is the cure-all of cure-alls of plants, called the Myrobalan. And the medicine Buddha is often holding it. This is where you see a very clean version of taxonomy that he does. You could just literally draw a line there, 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 and here. So you've got roots, trunk, leaves, inflorescence, and then or flowers, and then the fruit or the seed. He typically draws the fruit either dark blue or brown. Another favorite of mine is Rheum nobilis. You see a lot of these in Bhutan, but they're across the Himalayas. They're very beautiful. They'll even grow in the, they grow in the snow, and rocky, you know. It's just, it amazes me. And some of them are fiery red. They look like dresses to me. It just reminds me of like Latina dress or something. I just love it. I used to live in Panama, so I love it. What is neat about this? It's an exact match for the crown of the plant. There are very, very few pictures of the crown of the plant coming up out of the ground, like when it first starts growing. See, this one's fiery red. But of course, this was first documented much, much later. Much later. But now that's changed, so. You guys let me know if you see it. It's like purple, red, and yellow, and it looks just like this. Oops, I don't see it yet. I would really like to show you guys. Ew, gosh. If you feel like it, you're more than welcome to look at Google and Bing and all of that. So, all right. So here is anemone, and of course, here we go again. We've got two different branches fused together, and so he's showing the movement or the growth pattern of the plants that they clump together. Here is an aquatic plant. This is a wort, and it is Limnophylla sessiflora, also called ambulia. There. So you have the leaf color change. And when these don't grow flowers unless they reach the surface of the water. So you have an aquatic plant, it's a flowering plant, but it won't grow the flowers until it reaches the surface. This is Convolvulus arvensis, or bindweed. Here's another interesting one, Begonia giganticalis. This was recently discovered in Yunnan, China. You'll hear me bring up Yunnan, China a lot, and that's because 80% of the plants in the Voynich Manuscript are from southern Yunnan, China. And that's important because at the time of the writing, it was a Tibetan Buddhist kingdom during the Ming era. And Tibet had stretched all the way to the very edge of that, into the Amdo region of eastern Tibet. So the manuscript is basically capturing Tibetan Buddhism, but syncretic with Catholic theology on the surface. But at its core, at its foundation, in the depth of this manuscript, it is Tibetan. So although he uses the words Jesus, right? He says Isus, E-S-U-S. He drops the J. Isus still represents the medicine Buddha throughout this text. And I'm sure you're going to be like, oh, well, if he's using Christian words, then how is it Tibetan? I'll show you later on. But Begonia giganticalis is the first of its kind so far. It is the only tree version of begonia. It is massive, and they recently found it in 2023. So there's a lot of new discoveries of plants and animals in Yunnan. It's amazing how often new species of flora and fauna are found. And this is one of them. So now we have this recent finding in the Voynich Manuscript. If you wake up every morning and you're tired, this is what you drink. Coffee. So throughout the manuscript, there is instructions on how to make oil electuaries, but also elixirs. So you have the drink form, which is a tea, right? Or the oil-based version, which is the electuary. It's a paste. And of course, this literally would be a coffee if you tried to make, quote-unquote, an elixir. This is Plantago lanceolata, or ribwort plantain, and this is a gharial crocodile, right down below. This is a teak tree. I'm sure everyone knows about teak. Teak furniture. Also, you go into the candle aisle in Walmart. It smells good. So, Tectona grandis. Here you have, this represents undulation in the leaf. So it's rippled up and down. It's wavy. You can see that in here. I kind of want to go over this in more detail. I haven't been in the past as far as the taxonomy goes. Here we have, see, you got the ripple. It's a pretty common feature in teak. Ripples. Ripples. You get the idea. Alright, so now we have, this is an interesting one. This is called Dubai. It's its local name. These are actually the fruits. This is the fruiting stage, not the flowering stage of the plant. And he has cut the tops off of the fruit so that you can see on the inside. And these are the seeds. And he does that frequently in other folios, where he'll cut the top off the fruit to show the inside of it. And Dubai is native to Borneo. This is ginger lily. This is one of the few lilies that do not have bulbs. Okay. regular roots. This is, okay, this upcoming tree, and that's another thing I kept asking myself. I was like, how true to scale are these plants? You know? I was thinking, I was like, they have to be all different sizes, so, you know, I had to keep that in mind. So this next one is a tree, and one of the most amazing. Because it clarifies some things on travel at that time frame. Because there was only one person documented to have gone to these areas that he is obviously traveling to, because they only grow in certain areas. And that individual is a Venetian explorer by the name of Nicola da Conti. And in 1419, he set sail, well, not set sail, excuse me, he went on foot through the Silk Road, okay, and then set sail through, all the way through Borneo, Sumatra, Java, went through India, Horn of Africa, Banda Islands, and some scholars have wondered, did he make it to Australia? Did he make it to Japan? Because there's one passage in the recounting of his travels where it says, oh, and he went to various other places that, you know, okay, great. Why wasn't it mentioned? Why wasn't it written down? So this next tree confirms that he probably did go to Australia. Nicola da Conti did. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Why are you mentioning Nicola da Conti? Again, this evidence strongly suggests that the author of the Voynich Manuscript, whether or not you believe he was Clemens Becker or Heinricus de Bacharach, strongly suggests that he was on that boat with Nicola da Conti. Every single place that Nicola da Conti has gone is the same places that he's gone. But even further, I'm going to tell you why. You're like, sure, other explorers have gone to these other places, so why do you think he's on Nicola da Conti's ship, other than the points of port? I'll talk about that in a minute once we get to the other plant. But, okay, so here we have Red River Gum. It is a specific species of eucalyptus tree, and it only grows on the southern coast of Australia. Kind of reaches up toward the northern coast, but not quite enough. Now, it is possible during the early 1400s that it did have a higher native habitat range. We don't know, but we do know that it is on the southeastern coastline of Australia, which is a huge feat for someone in the 1400s to go to in the first place. So this is Red River Gum. And I've gone over this over and over again in my research, over and over, looking at all species to make sure, because it is important to the travel route. So eucalyptus tree, as it matures, the roots fuse together. And some of them fuse so beautifully together that they look as flat as a table, which is what he's indicating here. Here you have the bluish sepals. Some of the eucalyptus, they don't turn blue like you would think. They're still very much green. And some of them are short and ovate, others are more elongated. But here you have the same species, right? With the oval. They elongate as they get older. And here is the flower, and you can see the ring of red. All the other species, they don't really have that. It's all yellow or green or white. And typically the center stays like a yellow or a green with the red on the edge. And so here we have eucalyptus, red river gum. This is crepe ginger. And we have crepe ginger. The droopy flower on the top. Droopy flower on the top. And this is an unfinished Edelweiss. Yes, Edelweiss. This is red aloe. This is Boragio officinalis or Himalayan borage. And you can, this is an exact match. See the unique, I don't even know what to call this. I was like, this is Borage officinalis. I guess this is the stamen. Yeah, that is the stamen. Alright. Next we have shell ginger lily. This is common mugwort. This would have been something that he would be familiar with already. A lot of these plants, again, grow in the alpine regions. So, you know, the Alps, the Swiss Alps, right there, would grow the same plants. So some of these he would be already familiar with. You're more than welcome to ask me questions. Be happy to answer them. Excuse me. Here we have Himalayan mini sunflower. I believe you were asking me that, Jerry? Jerry, I don't know if you're still here, but here it is. Here is giant hogweed, Heracleum canicans. You can see the interesting offshoots here, which you'll be able to look at in the pictures. And here you can see them there. There, here. Let's see if I can get a closer picture. Here you can see that there. And they're typically very heavy, so you can see why he drew them a little bit bigger. There's one here. You get the idea. There. This is Oya. It's the only epiphytic vine I could find that has green roots, green aerial roots from the area. This is Datura Mattel. It has the same properties as cannabis, which is why I believe he drew the leaves the same way. This is Indian mulberry called noni, and what's neat about this is the flower does grow off these little dots. So let me show you. And there we have Indian mulberry. This is peony, Chinese peony, and it was already well known to be an anti-epileptic. In fact, Hildegard de Bingen, from the 11 to 1200s, was known to have a really good peony root powder that she would send off to royal families across Europe because it works so well for epilepsy. And so often royal families who had children with epilepsy would request this from her. So this is elephant apple tree. This one is the last one for me to identify because it was so difficult. If you scroll in here, you can see how thick the petals are. I'm not going to this time. I'm going to keep on going, but the elephant apple tree petals are very thick and form the basis for the fruit, which he's indicating here. That's why it's blue, and there are large seeds on the inside. This is pepperwort or pepperweed. These are seed pod cases. This is another favorite of mine. This is Ural ferox, prickly water lily, or foxnut. I will scroll on this one because I need you to be able to see the circles he's drawn underneath. Okay, so if you look closely, you can see circles here. All the way down, all the way across, actually, too. There. And the reason why he's doing this is because he's trying to create the texture that he's seeing on the lily pad, or the pad of this plant. And he's drawing the pad in an upward direction on purpose. Because that's the direction the pad actually grows on this particular species. So it's starting to go upward. Here you can see that here. Here you can see the texture that he's trying to convey with the circles. It almost reminds me of those shirts in the 90s. And here you have the flower with the purpley reddish sepals. Here's some others where you can see it growing upward. This is just a typical grapevine. This is another favorite of mine. This is rice paper plant. In fact, the Travels of Nicola da Conti mentioned a plant that the quote-unquote Indians would write on as paper. Now you have to remember that all of Asia was considered all of India. It was not China, it was not, they all called it India. So this is what I believe was actually being referenced in Poggio's account of Nicola da Conti's travels. And this is typical for a couple of leaves to be yellow, the other ones to be green. So this plant is obviously very, very large. Here you can see some yellow leaves back there. I'm going to try to find a good picture. Let's see. I'm going to type in rice paper plant and see if that doesn't... So here you can see the yellow back there, but that's not sufficient for me, so... I'm going to move this over and see if maybe I'm missing something. Okay, so here you can kind of see it's yellow. Here's a bright yellow leaf. I don't want to spend too much time on it, it's going to bother me, but you're more than welcome to look for adult versions of the tree. There are images that exist. Alright, here is cudweed. This species of cudweed now confirms that it originally is from Asia, not the Americas. This is Chinese melonberry tree. Chinese melonberry tree. This is Panax ginseng, and this was common to do to draw multiple leaves as one giant leaf. You can actually look through herbario and other herbals. They do the same exact method. And the focus, of course, here are the roots, which is why he draws this right here. The dots, circles. Here is black cardamom. You can see the flowers growing from the base. And yes, this is the yang symbol. In South Yunnan, China, he would have come into contact with this. Even though Tibetan Buddhism was the official religion of the kingdom there, he would have still come into contact with this concept. And so here you can see the flowers growing from the base as well. Right here. And when these leaves are standing upright, they look bipinnate, meaning that there's no center leaf in the middle, so it looks split, which is why He draws it quickly like this. This is Empress Tree. I'm not going to go into that one. This is Monocoria vaginalis, or false pickerel weed. And these here are will turn bluish, and they do grow just under the base of the leaf here. This is purple bane. Here you can see the white and the purple. The shape of the leaves, they look kind of crumply. And you can see that here in this. This is Trapanatans, or water chestnut. Again, he could have easily drawn this, right, underneath each leaf, but that would have been a waste of space and ink, etc. So he didn't do that. But this is a swollen petiole, so the plant is buoyant in the water. Again, he is drawing it spiky to show that it is spiky. I know it looks a little extreme, but that's how he depicts that. And you can see the petioles. Let's see if I can find a picture. These things right here. There. It's to make sure the plant stays buoyant on the water. This is Cirsium veritum, or Occidente. It's musk thistle. Here's Rheum austral. It is another version of the rheum, similar to Rheum nobilis. This is wild celery, native to Nepal. This is Syngonium, or arrowhead vine. This is Chinese musa, or banana plant. It's one of the banana plants that actually don't produce bananas. I'll go ahead and show you an image of that. And it just has in the Voynich Manuscript, at the top is just cut off. This is Himalayan marsh pennywort. These are two different plants. We've got snake root right here, and then valerian right here. I'm sure everybody's familiar with valerian. You can't sleep, right? You take valerian root. they're both sedatives. This is nymphoid cristata. This is Alocasia macrorhiza, or giant elephant ear, also called taro. This is in its fruiting stage. Again, he's cut the tops off. Here you can kind of see the base of it. There are very few images, but they do exist. You have to really search for them. That one you can kind of see the brown trunk here. I'll leave you to it to find that one image I was able to find. This is just regular old ginger that you can find at the store when you cook. This is knotweed. This is chameleon plant. Comfrey. Sea onion. Camphora galanga. They do have red offshoots. Now here in the image, he's just stretching it out. These would all be collapsed in. But they all have 3 flowers in the plant. It grows 3 flowers. This is Inula racemosa, or Indian elecampane, or campaign, giant fleabane. And you'll see the sepals on this as well. This is not quite open all the way in the Voynich Manuscript. Here you can see the larger sepals. Here you can see them. These are open. If I can find an image without them open, you would see what I mean. This is balloon vine. This is monkey letter vine. And this is where I wrote an entirely different paper, which we're going to go ahead and go over really quickly. So I had someone ask me, and for the life of me, I cannot remember who it was, and I do apologize. They asked me, are there snakes in the Voynich Manuscript? And I thought, well, yes. Here they are, right? In my brain, I'm like, yes, they're here on this page. And then I thought to myself, how do I know they're snakes? How do I really know that they're snakes? So I started looking into it. And I'm glad I did, because these are not snakes. These are Sicilians. Not Sicilians like the island, but I might be pronouncing it wrong. That's why I like to stick to the Latin name, Ichthyophis. So, it's a type of amphibian, legless, and here it is. One of the images is pending permission, so I don't have that one up, but okay, so here we have these animals just slithering through the roots, right? And this is confirmed to be Phaneria or Bauhinia monkey ladder vine. Okay, they also have species in the Far East, in Yunnan specifically, of course. See, we're always circling back to Yunnan, China. And so here we have Ichthyophis with a clutch of eggs. Okay, this is the head, this is the tail. Okay, there's striped Ichthyophis and there's also unstriped, and that will be important. Here we have Ichthyophis here. Okay, here we have Dali, Yunnan, China, which is where he spent a lot of time. And the Red River goes all the way down to Mandai Village, which is where so far, the only place for Ichthyophis yangai to be found. Because they need to have moist soil. And so there's very few places that they can be found so far. But I've figured out that, well, you know, if this really is Ichthyophis, then we need to be looking underneath liana vine roots. I misspelled that. Liana vine roots for habitat location. And as you can see the truncated tail here. They don't have tapered tails. And so here you see the same thing. Additionally, Ichthyophis has these, under their scales, like they have these pits for the slime to come out of, right? So that they're lubricated. And that's what these are. That's what these dots are. And if you look at the jaw line of the Ichthyophis, it also mirrors this. And their mouth is really interesting. If you open their mouths, they have a ton of teeth. So they're not like your typical worm, because it's not a worm, it's a amphibian. Similar to like axolotls, they don't ever grow out of their larval stage. But of course, liana vines grow where there's a bunch of water, right? So it makes sense that we need to take a closer look at habitat for these underneath a liana vine. Here's his mouth and his little nose. Okay, so there's that. And go back to here. Here we have wild yam. And this is a dead ringer for wild yam. You've got the notches. A lot of wild yams have this giant bulb for roots. And it's usually have very fine roots coming off of it. Let's try bulbifera. See? Round and fuzzy. And that's what he's trying to depict down here. Here we have Carduus nitans, thistle. Here we have Sauceria alpinae. If you look this up, you can see how it's multiple flowers, but it looks like one flower. can see they're all growing together, making it look like one flower. These are all Himalayan. This is beetle killer. This is sandalwood. Everyone knows what sandalwood looks like if you look at the flowers. This is blue gentian, but specifically this is blue gentian, Gentiana scabra, which that's Japanese. But it also grows on the east coast of Asia on the mainland as well. You can see the little fuzziness here, which differentiates it from other gentian. This is a fern. You can find these in the Valley of Flowers. A lot of these alpine plants you can actually find in the Valley of Flowers as well. This is stinging nettle. It's a major Nepalese textile crop to this day. As you can tell, he's showing that it hurts when you touch it. It hurts. In fact, it actually says it creates a certain leaf illness in the text. Here's osis. Creo, folio, a liter, osis. A liter can mean same or certain, a specific. This is water pepper. This is Blackstonia perfiolata. It's native to Persia. Apios fortunei, or some other species of Apios. I don't think it might be fortunei, just because of the growth pattern of the tubers. Again, Yunnan, China. This is, here we go, Japanese hops. So now we have beer. So there's wine, coffee, and beer, because we've got grapes. Now we have hops, and we have coffee Arabica as well. And here we actually have Tale. You can see the Tyronian note Tale right here. Here's the clove tree, and these are native to the Banda Islands. They're also called the Spice Islands, and that's extremely close to Papua New Guinea. Here, this tree, this tree coming up is the most important as far as identification of when he wrote the manuscript. We already know it's an early 15th century manuscript through the dating the materials. But now I've narrowed it down to the exact year that he wrote this book. Or at least that he saw this plant. So we're midway, so I'm going to go ahead and say this is the midway point. Finally agreed. What do you mean? Who? I mean, that's great. Fantastic. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. So this is Folio 55 verso, this clove tree. Oh, what was I talking about? Bamboo. So this is the bamboo tree, okay? I have always loved dendrochronology ever since I was little. Huge anthropology, paleontology nerd. And I was, dating methods always fascinated me. And I'm like, well, how do you know which one to use? And what works really well? And what other things can you do when you don't have equipment with you? And one of them is dendrochronology. You cut the tree, sadly, and you count the rings on the inside. But you can also do something similar with a species of with bamboo, and I didn't know this until now. Well, not until now, until I started researching this. And this species of bamboo flowers every 48 years. And I just worked my way back between 1400 and 1450, right? Because we already know it's early 15th century. And it only lands between that space one time in 1423. So now we know that the manuscript was written circa 1423. Okay, and then we have um, Albomoscus esculentus. This is simply okra. I'm a huge fan of okra. I love it. But this is okra. It's from the Horn of Africa. And as much as I love okra, I never knew this. I never knew it was from Africa at all. The more you know, right? Because I kept looking at this flower. I was like, I have seen this somewhere, and I cannot figure out where I've seen it. On your translation? Who? Wait. I am a little confused. Who confirmed my translation? Sorry, I thought they confirmed it as the accepted version. Usually saw it on TikTok. Oh, okay, I don't know. Maybe I'll find it. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Okay, so then we have Malva sylvestris, or common mallow. And here we have, again, star anise, and this is where you see that phrase. Olei anise sideris aquaris. This is Himalayan fleabane. Here we have Wongbok cabbage. Again, here's the ordinal. Okay, that's an 8, that's a U, and that's a 9. This is mountain knapweed. I'm going to try to go a little bit quicker so we can talk about all the other stuff. This is Cassia javanica from the island of Java. It's Cassia. Okay, this is Rotunda. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Rotula aquatica. Excuse me. Rotula aquatica in its seedling stage. Okay, here we have breadnut. Okay, it's a forerunner of the breadfruit. Again, the tops are cut off, and you can see the seeds on the inside. And then here, this is Chinese or Japanese red meat radish, most likely Chinese. This is mimosa tree in its sapling stage. As neat as this looks, this is simply just arugula. Yes, salad. Also called garden rocket. I saw this one a million times over, and I kept looking at it and going, here's another one. I know I've seen this somewhere. And I ended up driving by a business, because you see this everywhere. And I'm glad I didn't cause a wreck or anything, but I stopped dead in my tracks, and I was like, that's it. I'm sure people were looking at me like I was insane, but I realized then it was a hydrangea. So this is a hydrangea. And I also didn't know at the time they are native to southern China and Himalayas. This is Rowan or mountain ash tree. This is ginkgo biloba. And before this, I didn't realize that ginkgo biloba is a massive tree, but it is. And you can actually see how he draws the spines here. And you can see the same thing when you look up the roots. See? It has the spines. Here's another favorite of mine, Patamageton. These are not roots. These are actually dead leaves. So this is an aquatic plant. The roots would be right here. This is a Patamageton. So let's see. Here you can see like it's got a thicker stalk, main stalk with flower, which is why he draws it the way he does. It's a little bit, it's a little bit thicker, but I'm let's see if I can show you. Which one are we on? We are far. We are 94 verso, you guys. Not bad. See how much thicker he draws it? So and then the dead leaves like this right here, they just float on the top of the water with the green ones. And see how that there is a notch here? That seems to be a common feature. I'm thinking because fish probably nip at it. But you can see that here as well. Oop, right there. And I'll go ahead and click here so you can see that closer. See? There, there, and there. That's aquatic, this one's aquatic, and this one is semi-aquatic. It grows on the riverbanks. This is moneywort. This is Hangwana Malayana. Excuse me. I do apologize, sneeze. Alright, so that one though has unfurled sheath. Like this is not open, but you can see how he creates the dots, again representing the seeds on the inside. This is Moringa oleifera, or horseradish tree. The roots of this tree taste like radish. This is aconitum, wolfsbane. Yes, it's toxic, but if you prepare it a certain way, it's not. This is poor man's ginseng. The roots look more like fingers. And this is the last plant. This is Piper nigrum, or black peppercorn. And yes, just regular old black pepper that you use when you cook. So, that's the end of the curatorium. Do you have any questions for me? Wow, I actually went through that a whole lot quicker. Last time it took me like 4 hours to do all of this. As far as a confirmation goes, that'll be coming out shortly, hopefully in the next month or so. I've got a, yes, I'll leave it at that. Okay, so are any of you familiar with the four humors? If you're not, I'll just go ahead and go over that briefly. You have sanguis, phlegma, melancholia, and cholera. Okay, and these are the four humors in Galenic medicine. So Saint Galen is the one who proposed. Well, he's not the one who proposed. It was further back in time than that, but he heavily wrote on the four humors. And these humors are the four main liquids in the body that have certain qualities, like hot, dry, or hot, wet, or they're coupled together. So they're hot, dry, wet, cold, and this determined what illness you had and how to treat it. And you were, as a human being, you were born with a certain humor due to your birth date, due to your constellation, your star constellation. And so that was your innate humor, right? What you were born with. And that humor, that innate humor, had to be balanced out your whole life. So if you were sick, it was usually the opposite of that. So you had to balance the sickness out to return it back to your innate humor or your natal humor. So that's what the manuscript is based on, is the four humors. Olive oil is considered the most holy of the electuary oils that's being used. Anise oil obviously is mentioned. I do believe that castor and clove oil are going to be the other two oils referenced. However, I have not been able to confirm this directly yet. Only these two. These are the associations with the birth signs of the oils. Here you can see the travel route that Clemens Becker would have taken. All the way across the Himalayas. I do believe now that he actually traveled all the way to the across northern Vietnam, down the Red River. But let's go ahead and jump into some more translations. This is Folio 68R, and here we have the Pleiades. And we know it's the Pleiades because we can count the stars. There's 7 of them. And here we have the roundel with the 7 stars right here. So we know that these labels are most likely attached with the Pleiades. Right? And we know that the Pleiades are called the 7 sisters. I already figured out that this is Latin, so I looked up the word for sisters, and it is soror. And if you look at Capelli's lexicon, it is SO for soror. So here we have soror for sister, and then asterisk, soror asterisk, or this can be also astrologikos depending on the context. But here in this context, it is soror asterisk, the sister stars. Excuse me. It's hard to talk for hours on end. I'm not used to it. Here we have Aldebaran, which is associated with the Pleiades. Aldebaran is the eye of Taurus. It is called the follower, which helped in the translation of this phrase. Okay. Here we have, is it secutor, sequiorum? I can't remember right now. Either way, it's that right here, the follower. And here's the abbreviation for Sagittarius. This is the only instance in which I've seen a 9 being used as a G. Sagittarius, the follower of Sagittarius. And it does follow Sagittarius in the sky, so. Here is Capelli's lexicon. It says soror, and then here you have sororum. And in the Voynich Manuscript, it doesn't use this for, but rather this. I'm going to skip over a few things because I kind of want to get to some other issues that we need to address. Let's see. So the word aqua is being used to represent the word humor. Aqua means water, and the humors were referenced as the waters in medieval Europe. So every single time you see the word aqua, just assume it means humor. Okay. We need more context, so I'm not leaving you guys hanging on the foundation. So we're going to go ahead and skip to not that. Okay. I want to go to the Rosetta Stone real quick. And to give you context on how I figured out that the identifications were correct, and that the origin language is correct, Swiss German. Okay, so on the very last page, the very last writing to ever occur is this passage right here. Okay, I'm going to bring it up so that you can see it closer, because this literally is the Rosetta Stone. It's the cipher key. It tells you what languages he's using. Okay, kind of started noodling over here, but here you have Vox, Leben, Vinen, Vinifer. The word of life, the wine-bearing vine, referencing Jesus as the word of life, right? Jesus as the vine of Jesse, and wine associated as well, of course. Okay, so here we have the passage. You have German down here, okay, starting at this point right here, all the way across. Okay, then you have regular Latin abbreviation, and some other places down here. But you also have the curatorium or codex abbreviations here. So it's mixed in all together. So it's indicating what you should be looking for. The Swiss German and Latin. In medieval Latin, I apologize, I'm tired, you guys. In medieval Latin, they use CH instead of just H. So in the word mihi, you would use CH instead of just H. So it would be Michi. And so that's why you're seeing this right here, Michi. And then it says ton, Michi ton, right? But this ton is its own abbreviation. And then here it looks like Ola Sabas, but it's not Ola Sabas. This is EI and EI here, and you can actually kind of see a dot there, but EI and EI. So it's Olei. This is a D. Dei Bas, and Bas is its own abbreviation for Beatus. So I'll go ahead and read the entire passage. Okay. It says, Michitotians olei de beatus, numen licet quatuor talis tenior tenere naturalis, ordinare triplicis mixtura simplex mea rexit enim habitent, mea re enim aster ordinat curati cum velish, uberen sonim gesmish. Which translates as, I have myself so often been blessed by the oil of God, the divine power permits the four, meaning the four humors, such am I held to keep the natural order, a simple mixture of threefold, which is referencing the oils, the stars, and the plants used to create the electuaries. It ruled over mine, and it was ruled by my authority, for indeed let them live for the sake of my being. The star determines the cure with strange things from beyond or from afar. So take my spirit. Now, I had only identified one to three plants at this point, and I didn't catch on to where they were from. I just didn't look into it much until I read the last part of that sentence, and I said to myself, strange things from beyond. Well, if he's European, then it's from beyond Europe. And then I had the aha moment. So, and then I said, from afar, far east. Wait a second. So that's what he's indicating when he says from afar. And so he's basically praying, that anybody who is sick, he's saying, please let them live for my sake, since he's the one trying to heal them. So this is the cipher key. It tells you how to translate it if you need to, if you look hard enough, right? What else? The basis. It's based in Tibetan Sawa Rigpa and Kala Chakra Tantra. So we are going to discuss a folio that has blue windows. I mentioned it briefly at the very, very beginning, but we're going to go into detail because there's something extremely important on that page. It's actually the most important part of the whole manuscript. Well, that's interesting. Okay. I do apologize. PDFs always take very long to search through. Here we go. I found it before it did. Alright, so there's Buddhist imagery throughout the manuscript. Okay, we have the 8 auspicious symbols hidden in plain sight. And starting with the parasol, okay, the umbrella. Treasure vase I did not put here simply because there are numerous examples, and I'm going to go ahead and show you now since we didn't get to discuss that. These treasure vases are water vessels, okay, and they're sacred. What is happening here? There we go. They're called bumpas in Tibetan Buddhism, but also Sun Ok in northern Myanmar, which is where he was, in that general area where all Tibet, Southern Yunnan, and Myanmar, Burma, all met. So they all serve the same function. However, the electuary pottery, not the elixir, but the electuary pottery is actually Kavda pottery from Gujarat, India, near the Indus River. And that is on purpose because typically they would store oils in clay pottery. And so Kavda pottery made sense for the electuaries, whereas the elixirs are stored in the bumpas and the Sun Oaks. Here we have some more simplistic Sun Oaks, or Sun Okes, or bumpas. These don't have their lids. Here you have more complicated ones on the left. But when you have the images of the sisters, right, you can see the lids are upturned, right? They're inside the lids that are reversed or upside down, and that's intentional as well because bumpa lids are used to create teas in Tibetan Buddhism, and they invert them in order to do so. You're more than welcome to look up images on that as well, but just to give you the idea there. So all of these tubes that you're seeing in the marginalia or in the margins are inverted bumpa lids, or the base of the Kavda pottery, or the stems and stalks of plants. What else? Actually, wait, no. I need to go to the page of the sisters, Folio Sororum, and Folio Essentia as well. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. So, here we have the most important page. You guys ready? I hope so. So here we have the sisters, okay, bathing in olive oil. But they're really not bathing, actually. They're creating the olive oil. These are olive vats, and they are stepping on the olives to create the olive oil. At least that's what's being depicted here. I will tell you that these women aren't just Christian nuns. They're not just sisters just for the relationship aspect, but they're actually what they call in Tibetan Buddhism dakinis, which are female sky spirits. They're always disrobed. They'll have silk ribbons, which you can see this in here as well, and they have tiaras. And so this imagery matches to Dakinis. I forgot, I apologize, I didn't finish all of the auspicious symbols. Here you have the endless knot, the two fish, the lotus, the golden banner, the conch shell, and this is actually how you would be using it in Tibetan Buddhism. Here is the inverted bumpalid. Okay, so she's scooping the tea, the elixir, but she's also blowing on it as a horn, which is what you would do in Tibetan Buddhism. Here are the chiatyas, okay, which is what the Buddha would sit under. Okay, chiatya or chaitya. Here he is sitting in lotus position under them. Here's a recessed version, which is what I believe we're looking at in the Voynich Manuscript. But going back to the Dakinis, okay, in Tibetan Buddhism, when a Dakini is transferring wisdom, imparting secret knowledge, which is called a terma, she offers her jewelry, her bangles. And so that is what these women are doing. They're offering their bangles, which are arm bangles. These are not just giant diamond rings. These are arm bangles of Dakinis. And here you can see the ribbons that you would see on Dakinis, and then their tiara is actually right here. You can't really see the top edge of it, but and that's what we're seeing here. These are Dakinis. They are sky spirits involved with the transmission of secret wisdom and healing, and that is their main job. So here we have a syncretic version, right, of Christianity on the surface level, but if you dig deeper, it is actually Tibetan. Okay, and so let's go back to the windows, which is weird. Why would they be blue if they are windows? Wouldn't they be green? They're not windows. So let's count them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if you scroll in, you can see there's something in the center of them. It's the same thing as you go along. So it looks like a circle. And then you go here, you can see it a little bit better, and as you go along, it's easier to determine what it is. Okay, and there's a dot in the center of each one. So I thought, well, that's interesting. He wouldn't do that without it needing to have a purpose, because again, inks are expensive, so is paper. Excuse me. So I decided to try to figure out what it was. And sure enough, I saw a figure in the very last one, the 7th one. Here's the figure. And here it is again, without the blue paint in the way. You can still see it with the blue paint. But it's easier to see it here. You can see the arm there. This is the disrobed arm. So his chest is here, disrobed chest on that side. Disrobed arm. He's holding what I think is the terminalia, the myrobalan stem of the plant, and then here is his robed arm touching the ground. Here you can see his knee on that side with his foot, knee on that side with his toes here. This is his head, and of course here's the dot in between his eyebrows. So this is the medicine Buddha of Tibetan Buddhism. The reason why I know it's the medicine Buddha is because of this blue paint here. The medicine Buddha is called the king of lapis lazuli light. So his stone, his color, is lapis lazuli, which is blue. So these aren't windows with just simple circles. These are chaityas, the archways, with the medicine Buddha sitting in lotus position. More importantly, the position or the mudra that he is doing is extremely specific. This is called the calling the earth to witness mudra. Okay? His right hand is touching the earth, and his left hand is to his chest. So this is important because when the Siddhartha Gautama, the Shakyamuni Buddha, when he reached enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he called the earth to witness his enlightenment. And this is the mudra that he did. He touched the ground with his right hand. The only other Buddha to have done this in Tibetan Buddhism is the Medicine Buddha. And so here we have him doing the same exact mudra. He's calling the earth to witness. And in this context, he's calling the earth to witness the healing, the sacred feminine healing of the dakinis, of their involvement. And so now we know that what I've been calling a tile is, in fact, a cut lapis lazuli gem. Rough cut, but that's what this is. If you look up lapis lazuli, you can actually see the yellow flecks in it on the sides, and that's what he's depicting here. So here I call these the elixir preparation pages, but the technical term, or the actual name of these pages, is the Folio Creatiorum. This is what the author of the Voynich Manuscript calls them, because it's both the electuary and the elixir preparation pages. So it's the pages, or page, of the creations, literally the creations he's making, right? Excuse me. Again, here we have another Tibetan Buddhist symbol, is the rainbow. We've got orange and, yellow and red, which makes orange. And of course, monks wear these colors, okay? This is what they mean here. Excuse me. Okay, so red is bravery, yellow is humility, and then red and yellow combined is the color of resilience. Okay, makes orange. And then of course you've got blue, white, and green. These rainbows actually represent the oils within the Voynich Manuscript, but they also represent peace, fearlessness, those things together. And again, I go into more detail here about the dakinis. There are peaceful dakinis, but there are also wrathful dakinis, and he actually depicts them as well as he can, which is kind of funny because they're sitting here fighting, and he's trying to represent wrathful dakinis here. Also, dakinis are known to carry staffs. She's carrying one here. And here you have the dakinis with their flowing ribbons and their tiaras. And you can see the tiaras and all the other folios. I'm not going to go through all of them, but here's one right here. So basically, the Voynich Manuscript is a syncretic Christian, Tibetan, Buddhist document through the eyes of a Christian European man. Here we have Mary imagery and Jesus imagery, but again, that's the cover, right? That's the surface of value interpretation. But the more you dig into it, you realize that Mary is actually Tara and Jesus is actually the medicine Buddha. Here you have a double vajra in the shape of a flower connected to the star of Jesus, which is, of course, they're both lapis lazuli blue. And then you have Jesus as an infant inside the bumpa lid. Okay, the bumpa lid is the source of the elixirs. Here's another bumpa lid. And these are in the form of, this one is in the form of sun oke. And I'm going to show you, just so you're not like blindly trusting me here, I'm going to show you images in just a minute of those. But this is basically Mary transmitting the secret terma through the double vajra associated with the star of Jesus to Jesus himself, right? And notice that this is the carved pottery, but also a stem, right? A plant stem in the form of a cross. So there is the Christian surface value version, but at its core it's Tibetan. So she's actively transmitting, as the mother of all Buddhas, right, as a Dakini, the wisdom of the Vajra into the star, associated with the infant Jesus, aka the medicine Buddha, swaddled in olive oil. And so let's look at some examples of Sun-oke. And here we have them. These are from northern Myanmar, formerly called Burma, right at the edge of Dali, Yunnan, China, and eastern Tibet, right at the border there. So here you have them. These are them. There are some with the same spade top as well that you'll see often. But what I have noticed is that the author of the Voynich Manuscript didn't, I don't think, understood quite the difference between Theravada and Tibetan Buddhism, because I don't think he spent quite a bit of time in the Theravada regions. So these are the images of the vases that you're seeing in the Voynich Manuscript. And of course they can separate. Here you can see them separate. But also the Tibetan form is the Bumpa. There's different versions. Yes, you're seeing these, but these are not the ones we're focusing on. We're focusing on these ones, the traditional, more traditional ones. No sound? I hope you can hear me. On my end, it's showing that there is sound. Yeah, my input capture is showing that I am capturing sound. Can anyone else let me know if they can hear me? From what I can tell, the audio is working just fine on my end. So there's different Boompas. Some of them are more teapot looking. Other ones are not. If we look at the statues of Buddhas, they look more like the ones in the Voynich Manuscript. Here, let's just type in treasure vase. Here we go. The treasure vases. See? They're very close to the Sun-oke. It's similar, just not as pointy. And you separate them when you want to make elixirs. You take this part off, you flip it upside down. That's how you create the teas. So here we have confirmation that the medicine Buddha is involved. We have Bumpas, we have Sunokes, but it gets a lot more intricate when you actually look at the textual evidence with this. And that's where you get into the deeper level of the Kala Chakra Tantra, which is the most advanced form of Tibetan Buddhism. In fact, the Dalai Lama himself is the Kala Chakra master. I was lucky enough to have my my work actually presented to him personally in October of 2025. I have not received an official response yet. I'm not really surprised, but I at least know that it was presented to him. So my most up-to-date version, which is the one we're looking over right now, is the Dalai Lama edition. Okay, so the next thing that we need to look over briefly, I'm going to go over pagination and the master list of the folio nomenclature, or the names of the pages. I don't want to confuse you too much, because if I don't go over this, the other stuff won't make sense as much. Okay, so here we have the master list of folio names. Okay, and here it is. Straightforward. Okay, we have the folio nonas, the page of the knowns. This is the Kala Chakra wheel, which is what we're going to go over on folio 57 verso. Then we have folio aqua, or the page of the humor. Okay, folio essentia, the page of essence, hot, dry, cold, wet, all the essence of the humors. Then we have folio amene, the page of dawn. Folio olei, the page of oils. Folio ordinat, or ordinalis, the page of order, or ordinals. Folio curae, the page of the cures. Folio sororum, the page of the sisters, or from the sisters. This is these are the paired elements, like the Tibetan elements: fire, earth, water, space. So we have folio Isus, and this is the name of Jesus. Okay, he actually drops the J. So folio Isus, the page of Jesus. This is lineage establishment, because that's important in Tibetan Buddhism. If you're going to transfer wisdom of any sort, you have to have a lineage of where it comes from through whatever Guru Rinpoche or any other teacher that you have. There has to be some sort of lineage. Then you have Folio Aster Curatios, the page of star cures. Okay, these are the healing stars mentioned in Folio 1R. Then you have Folio Aster, the page of stars, the healing fixed stars. Folio Ani, which is the entirety of the calendar, with all the zodiac pages. Then you have Folio Astrologicos, which is the celestial map. All of those circles are called astrologico. Folio Ani Aster, the page of the year star, or the sun. Folio Aster Ord Aqua, the page of the birth humor star, or the star's birth humor. I'm not sure which one it is yet. I'll have to go back over it. But then we have Folio Aster Aqua, the page of the constellation star's humor. Then we have, of course, what we were talking about earlier, the Folio Creatiorum, where you create the elixir and the elixirs in the back of the manuscript. Then you have the index, which is called Folio Osis, or the page of disease or illness. And so although this is last, it's actually obviously first. This is just in the back because it's reference. And the ordinals, which we're going to talk about in just a second, ordinal 13 and 16 are intentionally left out of the process. Typically, because for Christians, 13 was considered unlucky, and 16 represents completion or enlightenment. in Tibetan Buddhism. And so because the process is not complete at that stage, it would make sense to leave that out. You wouldn't want to reference that if we're not. Same thing with 13. In Tibetan Buddhism, 13 is actually auspicious. So that's another reason why he left 13 out. And you'll see what I mean in just a minute. I'm going to take a quick break for about 2 minutes, and then I'm going to return to talk about that. We're going to talk about ordinal pagination. In the Voynich Manuscript, it is different from the typical pagination, which I'll explain as well. But we'll get in more detail in just a minute. If you give me 2 minutes, you're more than welcome to talk amongst each other. And we'll get right back to it. All right, I am back. Thank you for waiting. Okay, so pagination is extremely important in the scope of the Voynich Manuscript. I appreciate your question. I am addressing that in the coming weeks. And it won't just be me addressing it. I actually have someone, a few people, several actually, confirming my work currently. I know your questions are slightly inflammatory, but I'm not going to press on that any further. I am not concerned about the authenticity of my research in the slightest. So, my feelings on someone else's opinion on my work, as far as how you're framing it goes, is none of my business. I don't care. My concern is what the text actually says, and I'm just going in that direction. Other people don't have to go in the direction with me. That's up to them. So I'm not gonna get into a banter back and forth of what you're trying to subtly say. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. There is no expert except me, and I'm gonna say that because that's the truth. And I don't say that out of arrogance at all. I say that because you have a lot of people throwing around the term expert willy-nilly without actually doing the work. But I don't want to use this platform right now. Right now I'm trying to just discuss the research that I've done. I don't want to get into this argument of he said, she said, feelings, all of this. I just want to talk about the facts of the research. So you're more than welcome to stay and we can discuss it and you can ask critically thinking questions. I just don't feel comfortable talking about emotionally charged questions that aren't based in fact. What led you to your first breakthrough? So I have a lot of composition books with a ton of notes. And your question made me think. I was actually right away on one of the main words, and I kicked myself in the rear end because I had decided to let it go and not. I was like, oh no, I'm wrong. This doesn't make sense. But it actually did. It was the word aqua or aquas. And had I just listened to my gut from the very beginning, I probably would have been done a whole lot sooner than 7 months. But whatever. My first real, honest to God breakthrough was probably contritus. That word right there, contritus. I already had inklings from little things that I was seeing. But the actual breakthrough was the phrase contritus samen. It's the Latin and the German together. But it came about because of contritus. And that, my friends, was my eureka moment. I literally named my paper Eureka at the time, like when I saved it on my hard drive. So yes, that was the moment. You're welcome. I love questions. If you want to ask me personal questions in regards to the my process and feel free. I'm more than happy to answer them. Oh, here's something important. This right here, the Vajra pillars of suchness. Okay. This term suchness. So the word such actually appears in the Voynich Manuscript. And so I'm thinking when it says as such, that it actually is meaning suchness. Just because of the context, because it sat kind of strangely in the sentence itself. So I'm wondering if it means suchness as in Tibetan Buddhist suchness. So I kind of talk about that here. The 6 pillars of suchness is actually what's in the celestial map. And the celestial map, of course, is now known to be Folio Astrologicos. And we will go to that page. I've actually translated all of the snippets in between the passages, like little pathways of the celestial map. So we can go over that as well, and that confirms everything I'm talking about. Okay, so here we have the word astrologicorum. Okay. So you'll start seeing the base words, and then the endings is which changes. Here we have sanum or sanitas ani, the health of the year. Here we have asteris, asteris, folio asteris. Here is oleo, Kui Isus, etc. This might be et here. It's hard to tell. Here is aurum aqua of these humors, or by these humors. Sunt cui ordinat. And then here's a period because ordinat occurs twice, so you would say ordinat. This can both be astros and astrologicos. And this is et or enim annuus. This is a 9 symbol. Ani is this up here, so it looks similar, but it's obviously not quite the same. You've got A, N, backwards flourish. Down here you have A, N, 9. So it's annuus versus Ani. So these are the astrologicals. These. Here you have the hub. This represents the wheel of Dharma, by the way. The 8 spokes of the wheel of Dharma. And here you have the 6 pillars of Vajra suchness, which is the ultimate reality, right? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pillars in the form of Sun Oke or Bumpas. I have other papers that describe what these are. These are actually tiles. So are these. These are actually parasols. You can see the little tent post, but these are actually represented as parasols. And I say parasols specifically, not just tents, for a reason. Here you have the edges of the parasol. Okay, and these parasols exist only on the top of pagodas or stupas. I'm uninterested. I'm uninterested in the statements you're making completely. All I can say is that you will see. You will see. That's it. So, I'm uninterested in the dialogue that you're trying to create here. Because it's inflammatory at this point. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Okay, so this is not a cipher in the classical sense. Okay, and it is not. I think I probably went over at least 100 different manuscripts, at least. So the author of the Voynich Manuscript, I'm gonna just go ahead and call him Specker for short. Okay, so Specker played on the fact. Okay, he played on minims. I don't know if you know what a minim is. It's where it's difficult to differentiate between, like what letter is what in a single word. Okay, the word minim is literally it comes from putting an M, an I, an N, an I, and an M together. It literally just looks like a snaky wave. Like you can not. It's hard to differentiate between the M, the I, and the N, and I, and the M. Right. So that's where that comes from, minim. And he plays on that. He also plays on the fact that you can use the same exact quick symbol, quick brushstroke for C T E R I. Okay, he uses that to his advantage. He also uses the cross descenders to his advantage. He knows they can be used for T's. He knows they can be used for L's with vowels missing in the front or the at the beginning or the end of it. The loops are also used for missing letters. The rum symbol is used for qua, but also rum, the actual word R-U-M. So all of these things grouped together make it hidden by proxy, just organically. So he's redacting this using those concepts. So I do because I'm Jewish, but I'm also pagan, but I recognized right away, I was like, oh, wow, what's going on here? It kind of reminded me of the Torah and how you can have layered meanings in the Torah, right? Depending on the surface value meaning. Then you've got the diacritic marks. If you remove those, it means something else, but it's always couched within the same subject matter. So it reminded me of that. But I literally went through 100 different manuscripts. What stood out to me was Swiss German hand. And immediately, right away, the brown gall ink, how it was written, the lack of macrons, and the focus on backwards flourishes, all of that. The fact that even the superscript symbols were similar, very similar. So I knew that it originated from Swiss German scribal convention. And I knew it had to be Latin at that point. I was like, okay, definitely Latin. And because I knew it was Swiss German in origin, I was like, well, maybe because this word, I was like, why is there an A there? Why is there an A there? I know that pharmacologically, contritus would be the word you used, right, before you say seeds. Because in medieval medicine, that's all you had. You didn't have anything else. You used seeds. And so what would you crush? You would crush seeds. So my brain just went contritus salmon. And I knew that the M with the backwards flourish meant M-E-N already. So saying Samen wasn't out of the question to jump to. And Samen is the German word for seeds. So crush the seeds, contritus Samen. And that was my eureka moment. So I knew to look for Latin words. And I also knew my method. I recognized, I didn't say my method, but the method that I recognized, right, with the cross descenders, that was a huge breakthrough after that. And that was the vowels. Yes, but the German word is Samen. That's the Latin word. So the vowels that are being omitted because of the cross descender, and then the loop. I already knew that in classical Latin and abbreviation, a loop like that represent missing letters. I already knew that. And then I knew that the cross descenders mean missing letters, missing vowels. So I went back and looked at, let me give you an example. I can sit here and chat all day, but if you're not looking at something visual, it's going to be hard to understand. I'm just going to pick something random. Do you want to go Folio? You know what? Here we go. This is what we're going to do. We're going to have everybody in chat. I want you to pick out of this list. Give me a page to pick. And we're going to look at some glyphs on there so I can describe them. try to pick ones that I actually have the folio number on. I left out the other ones because I was like, I'm not sure quite yet, so I didn't want to pick just yet. But they are named throughout the Voynich Manuscript. Number 5, the page of oils. I think I know what they are, so I'm going to go ahead and go to them. I have not written anything down yet because I am a slight perfectionist. I have to be certain with this. That's why it takes me so long, because I want to make sure without a doubt that I am correct. 7, okay. We'll go to 5 first, and then I'll go to the Folio of Cures. Okay, so this is what I believe to be the Folio of Oils. Right here. So, I'm going to pick here. I like the Essentia. Okay, licit. Licit means permissible or permitted. Anointment is usually a big deal. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so here we have crossed ascenders. Basically, an ascender is the direction that the letter is going upward. It's ascending. An L is an ascender. A J would be a descender. That makes sense. So here we have an L or a T. Okay, they can actually mean both things. In this instance, it's electi. Okay. So here we have an E, L, L, I. Okay. And then this is crossed. So this is a crossed ascender, which means that there is a letter missing and it's a vowel, either before or after, or both. Here we're going to say it's after because we already know that there's the vowel right here. This is an E. Okay. So now we know we have an E on the other side. So it's E, L, E. Just imagine an E in between. Okay. We've got a double loop here. Missing letters, right? But also an L. Okay. We've got missing letters, but we also have the crossed ascender. That means it's missing in the E. Elec, right? Electi. Actually, I'm sorry. This is the C. We got electi. We don't have an orum on the end, so it's not electuorum. We don't have a 9 on the end, so it's not electuaris, or that would be an R instead of a C. Here is something, it looks similar, right? But it is not. This is herbis, or herbs. E, R, B, he messed up. It's supposed to be a 1, not, he messed up here. Herbis, with IS in the 9. Herbis, he drops the H, there's no H. Oh, something I totally forgot to mention, the H issue. So you'll see O's by themselves, okay, and that is a placeholder for all declensions of hoc, okay, H-O-C. So it's hunk, hic, hec, hoc, and you're supposed to already know which one to determine depending on the context, okay. So instead of just, writing the different versions, he would just place an O. And so that's what that means. Oh, I love this. Ambitus, right here. This is ambitus. It doesn't happen very often, but here it is. Okay, so there's that. I hope that it kind of explains that on that page. And then we're going to go to number 7, you said? Folio, the page of the cures. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that I don't know which one this is. And I'm okay to say that. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, because it's named. It is absolutely named in the Voynich Manuscript. It's just, I'm not sure which pages it is yet. So we can pick. This is lots of examples right here. But you can go ahead and pick. It's fine. You can pick whatever. We can do the page of dawn, Folio Amene. And once we're done with this next example, I'm going to go over to the most important page outside of the Medicine Buddha picture. It's that one. I really do hope I have not skipped over anything. So I realized my mistake here. I wrote this today, and I said only, right, must be read in every single aspect as astrologicos, but that's not true. Going along with the method of the Voynich Manuscript, everything is layered. So this term is both astris and astrologicos. All right. Okay. I haven't heard back from you, so I'm going to go ahead and continue. And this is where it gets pretty wild. This is the basis of the entire manuscript. Yes, Tibetan Sour Rigpa, the science of healing, all of the plants, right? That's the Sour Rigpa aspect. The deeper stuff is called Kala Chakra Tantra, okay? It's the highest form of Buddhism in Tibet. So we have three different layers of Kala Chakra, but I want to discuss the meaning of the term itself, Kala Chakra, which is wheel of time. Okay, chakra means wheel or circle. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the chakras in the body, right? And then Kala means time. Okay, and it's extremely important to the idea of suchness in Tibetan Buddhism. The realization of the inherent element of what everyone is, of what yourself is, outside of the role that you play, outside of every identity you put on in each life, right? The suchness is what prevails, is what stays the same throughout your consciousness stream, basically, throughout each life. Okay, so we have Kala Chakra wheel, and that is also called the Folio Nonus. Okay, so in medieval Christian liturgy and medicine, Nonus was the time period in which you would actively start making medicines. Okay, it's around 3 p.m. Nonus is the ninth hour after dawn. Okay, it's about 3 p.m. ish. So we're going to talk about ordinals, okay, because that is where that falls squarely in, and then we'll go back to Kala Chakra wheel, okay. Here we have pagination, typical pagination in the Voynich Manuscript, okay. Right here, you have normal page numbers, okay, 68. Then you have I'm not doing too well with this website. 67. Okay, so here's your typical pagination. Just one after the other, right? But you also have ordinal pagination. Okay, down at the bottom. And this is what is documenting the process, the stages as you go along. Okay, so here, this is nonus. Okay, but is not to be confused with folio nonus. It's not the same. Nonus just means the ninth, right? That's what this means. So he's writing the number 9 and then nas on the end for nonus. However, folio nonus, which is the right here on 57V, he only writes an N with a macron on the top. That's to differentiate it from the other nonus. So this is the special one, right? The special folio nonus, and this is where we get into the Tyronian notes. Okay, the special characters that we're seeing. And they are heavy in this, which he did this on purpose. You know, you've got secret symbols, super secret symbols, right? That honestly are to this day hard to differentiate in and of themselves. So you've got Tyronian notes throughout this wheel, this orbit, or this roundel, okay, which makes it even more special. But it starts here. You see these lines? That's how you know where to start reading, okay? I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to continue, okay? Because this is important. This is septus, the number 7. Okay, we already know that Pleiades exist in this manuscript. That's the 7 stars. However, in Tibetan Buddhism, there are the 7 emanations of the medicine Buddha. And the Pleiades are associated with the healing aspects of the medicine Buddha. So you've got this layered meaning in that in and of itself as well. Okay, so I'm going to read all of this to you. Okay, I will go ahead and point out that this right here is tempus lex. Tempus lex. You got the L, the X, and the E. Lex. Okay, the law of time, right here, and it's repeated. So this is the wheel, rota, which rota is one of the terms used throughout the manuscript. The wheel. Okay, that's what these are. These are also referred to as tabulae, but they're also called wheels, rota. Aw, thank you. That's very sweet. Man, I'm just a regular person, you know, and I'm sure that's going to be used against me, and that's fine. That's fine. But I'm going to tell you right now, regular people can do great things. You don't need a piece of paper to and I'm gonna differentiate the nuance here, okay? You don't need a piece of paper to prove that you can do something in and of itself. You can still do the thing that you're capable of doing, right? Without the piece of paper. However, others Okay, without others, without knowing who you are and what you're capable of, need that piece of paper. Does that make sense? They need that piece of paper before getting to know you, before getting to know your work, right? So it's really a judgment piece, is what I've learned. It's a judgment piece. That's all that is. I've seen employers go, can you do the work? Show me. And you show them, and that's that. They don't need the piece of paper. So I'm going to leave it at that. So regular people, put your mind to something, you can do anything. Okay, it's all about the resources that you use. If there is a teaching, if there is instruction, if there is something out there that you can read, you can learn to do anything. You just have to put the effort into it. Some things take longer to learn, right? For various reasons. It could be your learning style. It could be the information involved. Usually the amount of time that you have to put forth toward it, just because of the content, not because of your learning style. There's so many different factors. But anyway, I digress. You can do it, is the point I'm trying to get at. So thank you. Thank you. I know for a fact, everyone else will have to catch up. I know that. At some point, there will be a convergence, okay, with outside scholars, with whoever else, okay, with the naysayers. It doesn't matter. I'm so confident in this. It's a hill I'm willing to die on. It's a brug I'm willing to die on. I'm making a nerdy comment about Switzerland and the context of the Voynich Manuscript. But so yes, you just have to put your mind to stuff. I'm a very persistent person. I've always been called that. So I don't stop until I know for certain of something, and that's with anything. I can research and research, and I'm not the kind of person. I'm not just like, oh, I'm a researcher, and I sound like one of those crazy crackpots that research No, I am serious about it. So true. I just finished the entire Plato catalog. Really, it was enlightening and took work, but I learned so much. One of my contacts loves Plato. Loves Plato. I love reading his diatribes on Plato. Tell me more. I like that you say relentless, because yes, it's persistence. Persistence pays off, right? Okay, I kind of went on like left field on that. Thank you for the statements, the questions, all of that. Okay, so here we have tempus lex, right? We already have septus over here, the 7. We both know it's the Pleiades. We also know it's the medicine Buddhas. Okay, savvy. All right. We know that the 7 windows, right, are the chaityas that the Buddha sits in. So those 7 windows represent the 7 emanations of the Buddhas. Right? Okay, so here we go. I'm going to read the translation of the Folio Nonis. And I'm going to tell you right now, I didn't know it was called the Folio Nonis. I knew the Folio Nonis existed because I already wrote a paper on it, but I wasn't sure where it was until I wrote this paper, the ordinal pagination in the Voynich Manuscript, just a few days ago. So funny. So, ingredient reminds me of the importance academia puts on the peer review process. Now, I get it. Everybody has experience, and experience is important. It is. But to completely dismiss sound information is not I don't understand. Yes, it's a trap of control and discourages creativity. There are other academics that are actually professors that go through this very thing. So it's not just you're an independent researcher, i.e., some idiot on the street that is trying to sound smart but isn't, right? That's what they insinuate. That's what they believe in some way or the other, sadly. But I've never been any of that description. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna this very subject, and I could go on a rant about it, but I'll be brief. This very subject, what we're discussing, not the Voynich, but what you're saying, is the reason why humanity as a whole cannot go forward rapidly enough, because we don't allow ingenuity. You know what I mean? And it really frustrates me because it's like, hold on a minute. It's like the question posited earlier, even though it was inflammatory, it was like, why do you think, no one believes you, pretty much, right? And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, that's a loaded question, right? Who, what, where, when? I need facts, not opinions. But it it makes you wonder, you know. Has no one else? I mean, like, I'm reading all this stuff, going, I'm looking at primary sources. I'm looking at primary sources. They can go look at the primary sources, the same ones I've been looking at, and they can do comparative analysis and frequency analysis. I'm more than happy for them to do that. Matter of fact, I'd prefer that, because I don't want to have to, like, be long-winded and try to back up my claim when all I want to do is just talk about the content without it being inflammatory. If that makes sense. If they're having trouble digesting the information and accepting it, then they can look through 100 plus different manuscripts, scouring them, and go through the same thing I went through. Matter of fact, I have them all saved as my favorites. I am more than happy to list them. Anyway, I need to get to the Kala Chakra wheel. Okay, so before I get, I love the conversation, but I'm gonna read this first. Okay. Nonus. Oy vey. Okay, we're gonna go with. I'm typing in Kalsum because that doesn't occur very much in the translations I have thus far. Hopefully that'll bring it quicker. Okay, this is my glossary in case you wanted to know. I probably should have pulled this up. You'd be like, oh, this is so cool. Yeah, okay, so here we have Amene. Yes, I'm reaching around to Kala Chakra again. I'll come back around. Okay, so we have Amene, Anise, Annie, Annuus, Aquarius, or Aquarius, Aqua, Aquus, Aster, Asteris, Astrologico. Okay, and this is where you drop the O and put the 9 as Astrologicus. If you put the O in the rum, it's Astrologicorum. Here is Celestia. This is Cosm. And you see how it overlaps? Because if you put a space here, it could be Etamene or Inimamene. And that's where it's so difficult. You're like, oh my gosh. For example, this Astrological, if there were spaces, or in some instances when there's not, he's like intentionally messing with you, right? It can be Aster Hawk, or it could be Aliud Rota or Rotulo. It's not fun sometimes. This right here, colorus, is not correct. This is no longer correct because of recent updates. Alright, so this is codex. Here we have congruous 99. Here we have contritus, but I also see constructus. Obviously, you cannot crush the stars, so it has to be constructus when it's referencing stars. Here's consistio, constellarium, that should be an I in there. I do apologize. This is constitutio. This is constructa by itself, like constructa. This is constructus when it's associated with the stars. This is creas, so it's C. If you like split it down the center right here, C-R-E-A-S. Creati, C-R with an I, creati. Creo, cui, cui us, cui orum, cum, curi, curatio, curas. This can also be terras, depending if it's 7 or not. Curatorium, curatiorum, deus, no, that, I wish that would, I like layered stuff and everything, but that doesn't make any sense in the context of all of this, unfortunately. Here is deus. Oh, well, actually, wait. No, let me backtrack. My brain just associated something. So, the stars are called seeds, and I actually say that in my book. So yes, crushing the stars, crushing the seeds. Very good. That's very good. Okay, very good. I'm very happy about that association. Yes, Tavel der Semen is the table of seeds. Okay, I was really impressed by that. Very good. Okay, so curi, okay, right here, cum, curatio, can also be curo, okay, curas, possibly terras, either or, curatiora, deus, this is the only time he actually writes a D, you guys, right? Of course, it's important, it's the name of God, right? It says God, okay. This is ius, but also essentias. The majority of the time, it is essentias. I have not gone back and fixed it. This is solidly electuaris. It is not anything else. Electuaris. This is an R. This is elementum. This is elementis. Elementis. T-I-S. E-L-E. Elementis. This is elixiris. This is an E. Elixiris. Now, elixir, the word elixir is quite different, but it's elix or elis. This is enem, but it's also et, and also codex. As you can see, it's very difficult. This is eodem. This is essere. This is est. This is always est. It never changes. This is the one thing that never changes. Thank God. I like stability, right? This is et codex. There we go. This is et cetera. This is a common Latin abbreviation. We don't have to worry about that one. This one is also a common Latin abbreviation. This is Jesus right here. Jesus. This is Physaris. Now, in other contexts, this would be Folio Essentius. Do you see the layered? It switches over when you shift it over. The context changes. So that's why I named it visual shift context theory, is because the meaning it shifts. So here you have FEC and then 9, Viserys. However, it can also be Folio Ascentius and then Fere Circum. So it could be any of those. So the context, you have to have the context of the surrounding passage to determine this. And yes, every single time there is a different possibility, you have to factor in all of that. So I'm literally having to go through and check every single one. So here we have Fecundus, Filius, or Folio. This is Florum, okay. Flos, Folio, Erbas, Hoc, Hic, Hunc, Hic. This is Orus. This is Ort with the H, but also Ort without the H. This is Ortus with the H, but also Ortas without the H. This is Orum, Elo, Elorum, Laboro, Meori, Melancholia, Agni. Here's another G. Olagius, Olii, Olio, Olios or Olias, Omnis, Omne, which means totality, and this is in reference to the sun. Ordinat or Ordinaris, or also Ordinalis. Ordimus, like let's pray. Ortas, Osis, Ostendent, Phlegma, per consequens, qua, quanto, quatuor, quart, ignore that part, quart, recti, there's a line here. This is actually rum, with a backwards flourish. Not rum, but the R with the backwards flourish. Rota, or rotulo, depending. Here we have samen. Here we have sancti. This is an I with a backwards flourish. This is sanguis because this is a 9, it's IS. Here we have sanum or sanitas. This is scriptorum, sed, secutus, sedera, sederis, sola, solus. Here we have soror, sororum, spiritus sanctus. Thank you. Statium, okay, so the position of the stars. Stellarum. Excuse me. Sumerum, sunt, tabulo. This is terra or cura. Vera, verus, vertus. That's a U / a V. So here we have context. We have ort ani, birth year, birth date, the year's rising or spring. Ort, birth date, origin or rising. Oleae aquas, humoral oil or the oil of humors. Folio ani, calendar page, page of the year. Folio aquas, humoral page, page of the waters, i.e. humors. Folio laboris, labor's page. This is wrong now. I need to go back and change it. It is now folio nonas. But that's what he equates it with. Folio oleus, oils page. Folio osis, page of illness. Again, we've gone all over these just recently. So this needs to be updated since I just did the paper 2 days ago. So, okay, so we're going to go back to Kala Chakra wheel, finally, after what, 2 hours of talking about everything else but it. Here we go. Here is the Rota Tempus Lex. Okay. Alright, so So this is the Latin. Septis causa quacum rota iodum enim septis enim master ort essentia enim hoc sunt rota elixir cui essentia enim qua elixiris rota enim orbis sunt elixir hoc ilius hoc enim fere sunt asteris curae, and I have no idea what this says, so that's what I wrote. Et enim, it's either or, et or enim, aster. Sunt sumerum constructus et cetera, sum essentia enim olea circum, sunt curae. Sed sunt folio aqua enim oleus, licet, cui eus. But this is, I believe, essentius rather than eus in this instance. Cui enim solus amene sumerum stellari ostendent cum septis enim ort, cuius sunt aster asteris, illo folio aster ort aqua. And here we have a punctuation mark because ort aqua is repeated twice. So that is where we know the punctuation is. Ort aqua sunt hoc qua, curae fere aqua, sed scriptionem hoc folio curati enim causam. Okay, so the English is, the seven which are with the same celestial wheel, indeed the seven being the birth star's essence, indeed this they are, the celestial sphere's elixir, whose essence is as that of the elixirs in the celestial sphere, indeed the roundel or the orbit. They are this elixir. From that, this indeed they will be. They are the star's cures. I couldn't figure out what that said, so I said, I started again. The star, they are of the highest construction always. The highest essence being the surrounding oil. They are the cure. Also, the humor page being the permitted oil. Again, we have licit, for whom it belongs. Which indeed the sun at dawn of the highest star constellations reveals, due to the seven being from whose birth date, okay, it's most likely birth date, is the star of stars. These star pages birth humor. The birth humors, they are this. As the cure will be from that humor, also of these writings, this curative page being the cause or the reason. Now, it gets way more interesting as you keep going. Okay? So we already referenced the seven medicine Buddhas associating with the seven Pleiades. Right? But here we continue. Orum sunt enim septis talis folio lexiris licet preis laboro et enim tempus lex, cum potens ad hoc. Okay? And he repeats this. Okay? And this says, of these they are indeed the seven, such as the elixir folio, that presides over the labor, for the law of time, with potency or power, goes forth from this. Okay, and he says this over and over again, so this is extremely important. I put such as, but it might be the suchness as. And I referenced that here. Okay, because the suchness is associated with the essence of the seven medicine Buddhas. So this is literally the essence of the Kala chakra, right here. Here we have the next line. Okay. Samen oleus hoc licet creas curationium hoc sunt ort essentia, ostendent quanto quort essentiorum sortae sedera cum licet astrologiconem, et cum create samen folio, cui elementus or elementes talis sequi hoc sumerum aqua laboro cui ordinat curae laborae, sedera sumerum ad hoc samen, amene oleae aqua sunt astrologico septis. Okay. From the seeds and oils it is permitted to create the cure. These are the rising essences, which reveal how much the four humors and the chosen stars align with what is permitted in the astrological operation, but it's the astrological seven. Right? And when the seeds are created in the folio, to which belongs the element such as this, could be suchness. Okay, the element of suchness. Let it follow this. The highest waters, or the humors, the labor of preparation, for whom the cures are ordained, to the labor of the stars, and to the highest arrangement. towards this, the seeds at dawn, the oil humor, they are of the astrological 7. The next line, Aurum septis qua enim elixiris amene sunt liber, circa licet, et cum portalis qua enim. Libra aster ordinat cum laboro qua sed sunt aster laboro. Iodum sedera, oleo sumerum curati flos oleae essentio osis tale et qua. From these 7, those being the elixirs at dawn, they are released around the permitted, i.e. the like what's allowed, like the ordinals, right? So whenever it says permitted, the licit, it's referencing the ordinal operations. It's only what's allowed during that time frame, during that hour, right? Again, in Folio 1R, it talks about the hours of the herbal, and that's what it's referencing. Okay, so now we have, so around the permitted, and when the 4 humors, such as these, being the measure that the star arranges or orders or governs, when I labor that, when I work that, so he's using the word labor, laboro, when he's working something, actively doing something. Also, they are the star's labor, likewise the stars. Alchemical manuscripts? Cool. Awesome. Likewise, the star's oil of the highest healing, flowers oil. The essence of disease, such as this or that. Here I actually think it's referring to the essence of disease regarding suchness. Okay, so suchness is, it's not saying that the illness is suchness. Rather, the illness of suchness is that you are against, you are not recognizing the truth of what you are. And so Kala Chakra Tantra has 3 different phases. You have the inner, the outer, and the secret Kala Chakra. Okay? The outer is all the plants, right? You're healing yourself through plants. That's the outer Kala Chakra. The inner Kala Chakra is the inner man, the inner person, right? The healing aspect of going into your body. However, the secret Kala Chakra is the compound of those 2 things, where you reach enlightenment. That's the secret Kala Chakra. And so that's what this whole entire document is about. You're healing yourself with plants, right? But you're also healing yourself through meditation and understanding who you are, the suchness, and that's what I think it's referencing. The qua, the suchness. So then we have Soli Aster Annuus Scriptorum cum orum folios cui sumerum oleae aster sunt aquas oleae ostendant aster asteris aster folio aqua sed aster aqua aster. I know it seems repetitive, just bear with me. Aster ort aquas hoc celsi ordinat ortae septis enim. From the sun, the star of the year, the scriptorum with these pages, which is of the highest. The oils of the stars are the humors. The oils reveal the star of stars. The fixed star, the humor folio, because of the star's humor. The star's birth humor is the highest, and the arrangement or the order is risen. The 7 indeed, meaning the Pleiades or the medicine Buddhas. So here we have a European Christian monk traveling to the Far East. And in 1423, he decides to write this. Okay, he bases and here's another important part, which I failed to mention. I do apologize. The layering and semantics, the polysemous aspect of this, is it's based on Tibetan conventions. Okay, the layering of meaning is Tibetan in origin. It is also Sanskrit in origin, as far as, and I didn't explicitly express this, I do apologize. The idea of sisterhood to describe the relationship of parts, and that is why this is also, the part of the resistance to decipherment is that it uses this analogy, okay, to associate the different things together. So you've got this, this aspect of the process belongs with this aspect of the process, right? He uses the analogy of sisters to do so. And that is a very obvious Sanskrit Vedic way of describing something. And that is actually a commentator on the Rig Veda. And you can look this up. You have to look at the little, author note or whatever, where he states that it's common practice to use the analogy of sisterhood to describe relationship between different things. So, for example, in the Voynich Manuscript, he's trying to relate a certain plant with a certain humor with a certain star, right, or a certain oil. So what he'll do is say soror enum, and then you leave a blank, and you can insert the oil or the plant or whatever right in the blank. So it means the sister being blank, right? So if you're, let's say you're talking about, I don't know, petrocosmia, right? And you need to know what the associated oil is. So you would say, the associated humor. So you would say soror enum sanguis, or whatever humor is associated with that plant. So you're literally saying the sister of that plant is sanguis. So it's associating that humor with that plant, using that analogy of sisterhood. And that is a confirmed Vedic Sanskrit method of doing so. And again, Tibetan Sowa Rigpa derives everything from Ayurveda and Chinese traditional medicine. So there's that aspect. I forgot to mention that. It's extremely important to the text. Excuse me. There's also another interesting tidbit, and that is the use of numbers in association with Tibetan letters. And I really want to delve into that aspect more because I have a feeling there might be something there, but I do mention that in my book. So that'll be interesting. And I think, yes, it's right here on this paragraph here. See, it says, and likewise in Sanskrit, you have 30 different vowels, and based on that, you have a certain vowel which would arise each particular day on each particular date. Okay? And you also have that arise in each particular hour. And then you would look at that vowel, and you would also look at, let's say, the first vowel of your own name. And then there are different elements. Here we go, element, right? Again, which are assigned to the different vowels, right? So you have the 5 elements that could possibly be assigned to these vowels. Okay? And then there are different elements again, which are assigned to different vowels, and based on that, whether they clash or whether they go together nicely, you can make all sort of predictions on your own life. So who knows? Maybe not only, because this, yet again, this is about time, we could very possibly be seeing another layer that we haven't peeled away yet about that, about the prediction of a patient's life itself. You know, so there's that. So that's exciting. I haven't delved into that yet. That seems extremely complicated, but it's something that I will be looking into. What else? Do you have any questions for me? We could go over the Folio Astrologicorum. Astrologicos. Here we have Soror Inum Sanguis. Here we have Melancholia. Soror Inum Melancholia, the sister being Melancholy. Sanguinum, Sanguinus, Sanguis. Oh, I've been looking at another instance of Sanguinum elsewhere in the manuscript, and it's a really interesting passage talking about the Sanguinum of Isus. So, here is Cholorosis, and this is, I had a hard time finding this because I kept wanting to read it as Electiosis, choose the disease, and I'm like, why would you choose the disease? That doesn't make sense. And then I realized, oh, in this instance, when osis is up against this, it's cholorosis. And that's why I was having a hard time finding it. And this is phlegma. And this is the folio of disease, foliosis. This what I term the star index, just for quick, obvious reference. And let's see. Okay, so let's go back to our ordinal pagination, right? I kind of briefly mentioned this. We talked about folio nonus. It's the Kala chakra wheel, right? So here we have folio nonus here. Okay, it's represented with an N, a specialized N with a macron on top. In order to differentiate the other page, 67R, nonus for ninth there. Okay, and it goes all the way up to 20, the number 20, the 20th, in fact. He skips 16 and 13. 13, I think, from his own personal misgivings on it being an unlucky number. And then 16, I think he skipped because 16 is a representation in Buddhism of the completion of enlightenment. And because this is a process, and it's not a process of completion, therefore he leaves that out, that number out intentionally. But also, 13 is also an auspicious number. So here we have the macroned P, which I'm going to show you on 8V. Again, macron just means a line above the letter. 8V. It's on one of my favorites, Kleinia abyssinica. Alright, so here you have primus. This is a P with a macron, and then mus. Primus. So, first. This represents first. Then we have secundus on folio 16 verso. Okay. This is secundus. It's not 29. It's secund us. Then we have tertius. Okay, 24 verso. I like how it's on every, like, all of my favorite plants. I just now noticed that. Here we have terti us. And then we have quartus on 32 verso. Here we have, see, it's a 4, quar, right? Tus, quart, us. And then we have quintus, 40 verso. Oops. That's a 5. Sideways. Quintus, that's a T. Sextus, 48 verso. And I start yawning like, oh my gosh, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Okay, great. We gotta go to 20. But you know, hey, this is interesting to me. You're just gonna have to be bored for a minute. Okay, so 48V, sextus. This is balloon vine. So we've got, see, we have the number 6 and then tus, T-U-S. Septimus. Here we have an introduction of an M9. Oh, I forgot to mention M9 there too as well. So again, M9. 56 verso. Septimus. It's the upside down V for sept. Septimus. And then it lists nonas, right, as a part of the ordinal pagination, which shows you that this is a process. If it were just regular pagination, it wouldn't have this included. So if you've got 2 different nonas pages, one is just regular nonas, 9th, and then you have this one for folio nonas. Okay, the labors, right? This is where you do all the labor. That's why you've got 4 labors here. Here we have on 66 verso, it's, and I don't know if you noticed, most of these are verso. Octavus, okay? A U in medieval hand is also a V, so. So here we have the U and the 9, right? So V and then US, and then octa, octavus, 8th. And we're about to jump right into nonas, right? The actual nonas, not the folio nonas. 67R recto. And you're probably wondering, wait, you know, these ordinal pages, for the most part, have been 16 pages across, in between, except for the first, which was 14. But here, they're side by side, and that's important because it's a process, right? So here we have got nona, and then nas, N-A-S, nonas. Decimus, 70 verso. See? Decimus. Here we have undecimus on 72 verso. See, decimus, or undecimus, sorry. And duodecimus, 84 verso. Let's see. Oh. You can barely see it, but it's right here. And again, the 9 just means us on the end. And so on and so forth. You got the idea. It's just the number plus the 9. So these ordinals represent the process. So in my understanding so far, each hour of actual time, you know what I mean? Each hour, so let's say like 11 a.m., right? You know, the person shows up sick at 11 a.m. That hour of time represents different ordinals. Okay, so you might have, let's say, 3 different ordinals associated with that hour, and that gives you the process, the specific herbal range you can use, and whether it's electuary, elixir, and all of that, so on and so forth. So each hour represents several different ordinals, but they're not all the same. So let's say, for example, and I haven't gone through every single translation yet, but I'm giving you a hypothetical here. Yes, so the ordinals are these numbers at the bottom that I've been talking about. These things. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, and then nonas. Those are the ordinals. Ordinal pagination is the process of something that's being done. The pagination above it, which is a typical pagination, normal page numbering, just counts the page numbers, right? Each page that occurs. Whereas, see, that's normal pagination right here, 85, 86, 87, right? Whereas the ordinal pagination is the order of operation. 12th. This is 12th, right? So that's what we're talking about now. And 20 is important, right? 20 operations, 24 hours in a day. It's not 24 on the dot for 24 hours a day, but it's not supposed to be. Because the monk's not going to stay awake for 24 hours a day. So, excuse me. So you have different ordinals that help the monk, the practitioner, know what range of herbals to select. So we're going to go through an hypothetical right now. And yes, there are other aspects, there are other steps that I've discussed elsewhere in the manuscript. Those still apply, but the ordinals help separate it. Okay, so here we have primus, okay? Instead of him putting primus at the first page, he puts primus at the very last page of primus. Okay, so all of this page and backwards is primus. Okay, it's the first. So let's say you're born in May and you have an ordinal association of primus and let's say octavus? I'm guessing. We're going to say octavus, okay? So you would pick a plant range in between here, okay? all the way up to the end of your ordinal, and then you would go down to octavus, assuming it's a part of the other process, right? Outside of the herbal, and you would look there. So it's part of the stages. I haven't got all the details ironed out, but that I can be certain of. Because at the end all be all, you still have to look at the humors, the innate humor. You still have to look at the illness humor. You still have to do all of these things. Excuse me. But the overarching thing is that this is Kala Chakra Tantra, which is based in Tibet Saurikpa. This is a Tibetan Buddhist document through and through. He traveled all the way across the Far East, through the Horn of Africa, through Persia, Banda Islands, Java, Borneo, Sumatra, Australia. He made it all the way through there, and then back home to Switzerland. And I believe strongly on a voyage with Niccolo da Conti. I don't know of any other explorer alive during that time that made the same exact voyage. I mean, how weird would that be? So, you know, just the fact here is that who wrote it? I believe it's Clemens Specker and or Heinricus de Bacharach of Germany. But I strongly believe it's Clemens Specker. He lived in Windisch, Switzerland during the 1400s. In fact, all the way across the 1400s. And he was sacristan monk at Koningsfeld Abbey, which was Koningsfeld Abbey was erected by the Habsburgs, and the castle there as well. It is the original dynasty seat of the Habsburgs, not in Austria, but actually in Switzerland. So Clemens Specker wrote the Chronicle of the 95 Rulers. Specker with CK, but yes. He calls himself Clemensen Specker de Solgen, of Solgen. So there's a city, a little town called Solgen in Thurgau, Canton, Switzerland. And that's where he is originally from, and ended up being sacristan in Windisch nearby. So a sacristan is someone who takes care of all of the manuscripts, all of the holy items, all of that stuff. And that would be somebody that had the experience to do so. So he was sacristan for 12 years at the time that he wrote the Chronicle of the 95 Rulers. Now, the important part is a random monk, regardless of whether or not he was sacristan, would have never been chosen to write a chronicle, because you're literally writing about the history of a royal house, a royal dynasty. And considering the time frame, you know, they were losing the stronghold over Windisch already in 14, I believe it was in 1415, that they had to relinquish control over their own origin, you know. And so I believe that they were trying to document their history, right? The Habsburg history before it became obsolete. And you would want somebody that had respect and experience. And so I believe that they already knew of his travels to the Far East. Why else would he be chosen? This can't be literally the only work he's ever done, right? Why would anybody just, you know what I mean? Plus, there's other documents in the Thurgau region around 1450 Suddenly, by the way, if you look at all the records, it suddenly just appears this same hand that writes these various supplemental notations or passages in these other works. And I believe that is him, Clemens Specker, writing these after he comes back from his voyage to the Far East. As when he starts being a prolific copyist, because how can you, I can't wrap my brain around how all of a sudden the Habsburg royal house would be okay with him writing their chronicle if he didn't ever write anything prior to that, you know. And even if he did write anything prior to that, it wouldn't be substantial. Like, he would, you know what I mean? It's the Habsburgs. They're going to want somebody that has a very interesting experiential background. So that checks all those boxes. There's lots of other things, but I'm going to write another condensed yet more detailed linear life timeline for him to help explain my thought process there, because I don't quite go into it in as much detail as I would like in the book. But yes. I think so at some point in the future, I'm probably going to put a list of all the manuscripts that I've looked through, just for the hell of it. Y'all can look through them all. But yes, this is a Tibetan manuscript through and through. I mean, it's going to take me probably for the rest of my life to finish this. And I'm completely okay with that. I enjoy it immensely. I live and breathe this. So, so yes. Yep. Oh, this is the Garden of Eden. Totally forgot to mention that. This right here. This is the tent of the Garden of Eden. Right here. Here's the garden in rows. Here are the 4 rivers. And before you jump the gun and go, that's not that, let me show you why it is. Okay, so here we have, this is Clemens Specker, his known work right here. The faces match up with the suns in the Voynich Manuscript beautifully. Here we have the Garden of Eden, right? The Garden of Eden tent in the Persian style. You're more than welcome to look up the Persian tents and murals and stuff. You can see it's separated. You'll see what I mean. So this is Persian style. Okay. Notice the X. Okay, this represents the garden, the 4 rivers. Look down here. Here's a known map of the world, Mappa Mundi, of Paradiso, or paradise. And that is right here. Here we have the box with the 4 rivers. This is the box with the 4 rivers. And down here is the word ortus, or garden. Right there. And I will show you close up. Oops. Oh my goodness. There it is. I'm already on it. What am I doing? Okay, so ortus is right here, using the same method I've discussed earlier. O-R-T-U-S, but H is dropped. Ortus, garden. That's the garden. And here the rivers flow out. I have translated every little section here. Again, you're more than welcome to read that in my book. There. There's still a lot more for me to do. You're more than welcome to read about the tiles. All of that stuff is in the book. And all of the other translations. Yep. I think I pretty much covered a lot. Does anybody have any questions for me? Oh, you'll be able to find images of this thing soon, okay? This one, you'll find this exact one. Yeah. And this right here, what we're looking at, is the Folio Creatiorum, the Folio of Creations, like the end result. It is. It really is. I literally have to think about, like, did I miss anything? And honestly, there's so much more to translate. So much more. Okay. But I still have 90% translated, like the terms. So if you go back through, it's still the same terms, right? Melancholia, you got the namer, the humor's named, right? I crush the seed. This is the seed is the cure. It just, you still get the idea of what it's saying. I've even found the word, radixarum in here. So, but yeah, there's a lot. I'm sure there's some outliers, some terms. For example, ambutus. I didn't find that one until much later because it doesn't occur very often. Ambutus. Same thing with licit. That doesn't occur very often. And there are still others that are very similar to typical Latin abbreviation. And like, oh, wait a minute, that's there. And you don't see it on any other page. So. But yeah, these are dakinis. They are integral to the transmission of terma, or secret wisdom, in Tibetan Buddhism. The most important dakini being Tara, the mother of the Buddhas, mother of all Buddhas, the 21 forms of Tara, the wrathful and the peaceful, and the wisdom dakinis. There's just a whole bunch of things. There's even Nagas in here, which Dalai Lama is called the Lord over the Nagas. What else? There's just a lot. There's lots of layers. It's like an onion. Here we're talking about the elements. The 5 elements in Tibetan Buddhism. We have air, water, space, fire, earth. Here, earth is represented as not just dirt, but seeds. So this is the stem of the plant, the various branches. So here it's talking about the elements, right? So if we go back one, we can see the last paragraph where it says elementum. Give me 1 second where I so I can find it. Here we go. Here's elementus, right here. Qua curae elementus. Ort essentius, ille isus. Illo essentia sed, qua cui isus. Oh, how interesting. This is new. I haven't seen this before, unless he meant to connect these, which, if that's the case, then, which is highly likely, then that means essere. Okay. Okay, so essere aurum hoc. This is not anything I recognize, so this is new. Right here. But yeah, you can just go through the glossary and peruse through and just try to read it yourself. It's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Have fun with it. Here we have est aurum aster aster. Oleae. It's quite a bit to absorb, yes. I mean, there's so much more. Even though it seems like repetitive, the context is what's important. And I can't wait to continue translating more. So. What I'm hoping in the future, I have not included images of plants, right? Or extraneous stars, but I want to do photography, and have each year have a new edition put out with photographers' submissions of the plants and the stars each year. Just have a new edition. And having awards for it and everything. That would be so fun. But even more so, I'm coming out with another book called The Curatorium, where I can focus on the Sour Rigpa aspect of the curatorium of the herbal section. And that one I actually might have to do to parts in and of itself, because each plant folio I'm going to have to devote at least 5 pages. So that'll be quite a bit. That's a lot. That's bigger than the book I have now, the cipher and the compendium. So I don't want the spine to crack. Anyway, does anybody have any questions for me? I know I've been chatting for 5 hours now, so I'm okay with it. I would love to answer questions. Oh, I've never. I try not to get political or too philosophical or one way or the other about things, but I will say that the Voynich Manuscript is much more than a curiosity. Okay, it's more than a cipher. there's a lot of implications here globally that this manuscript would solve, or at least help solve. And that is the geopolitical tension between China and Tibet, because it shows a shared heritage here. There's that. It also has shown that there is a cultural aspect to Tibet that has been in hiding this whole time. This is the first manuscript that ever actually reveals the entire process. Really in either European or Far Eastern process of the star chart aspect and all of that outright. So it's just really interesting, and I do hope that other than the neat paleographic, cryptographic, humanities aspect, I really do hope that somehow it can help fix the rift that they're experiencing right now with their, conservation of species, plants, animals, mineral rights, all of that. So I'm hoping that this helps with that. And I hope as I decode this and as I translate it, I'm very, very wary of how I handle this information. I want to make sure I'm absolutely respectful in how I present it. So that's another thing that I have to constantly think about. So it's extremely important to me. I do not want to do anything that's disrespectful. I also practice Tibetan Buddhism now because of this. So I'm constantly thinking about how something may or may not be perceived, and I don't want to do something wrong in regards to that. So. All right. Well, thank you for your time. It's been awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments and your questions. I'm going to go ahead and end the live now. Feel free. You can reach out to me on academia.edu. You can find my profile on there. You can just search it. You'll be able to find it on Google. If you have questions, reach out to me. Feel free to find my book on Amazon or Ingram Spark. Both versions are available. The first edition is, you're very welcome. Thank you. The first edition is on Amazon. That's got the ebook and all of that. It's a completely different cover than what I'm showing you right here. The one that we're talking about now is the Dalai Lama edition. And that one is, the hardback is on Amazon. There's a weird linking issue, so just be careful. Make sure you're looking at the correct cover. But if you go on Ingram Spark, the Dalai Lama edition is the only one on there. So just in case there's confusion with that. You can also read it for free, the first edition, on KDP. The format's not the greatest, on ebook, but if you buy the book, it's beautiful. I love it. I'll probably go back on live again and kind of show you the actual physical book. Premium color, premium gloss, laminate hardback. It's really nice. It's the size of a textbook. So I'm sure eventually, if I put all of the papers together in one book, it would be massive. So I'm trying to parse it out. So. All right. Well, I'm gonna get some sleep. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much, you guys, for hanging out this entire time. And hopefully, I will see you again shortly. with some more new information and new papers. Though I chuckle at that because I'm trying my best to not, not parse it out into tiny sections. So we'll see. Anyway, all right. Have a good night, and thank you so much for your time, you guys. I greatly